Yeah, we got oil. You might as well put the Jerusalem stand and face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barakatah Yahweh, Bahashim Yahushai, Asherah, Nathalanawa, Ashabat, Bashalawam, Tawada, Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, the Most High, in the name of Christ, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. The Ha'ayim Ma'ad Asherayim Kad, Psalms 121. Anya, Harayim, Hayanyam, Oh, Harayim, Hayam, Yabawa, Isaiah, Isaiah, Yabawa, Mayahawa, Shaisha, Shamayim, Warasa, Laka, Yanafon, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala, Yanawam, Shashabaka, Hana, La, Yanawam, Wala, Yayashan, Shashua, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Katalia, I, Yah, Yam, Yawamam, Hashemash, La, Hakaya, Mayrak, La, Yala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makah, Ra, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Habalaka, Wabawaya, Aitha, I will Basham, Yahusha, so what
Psalm 121. I'll look my eyes unto the hill. From whence come my help? My help from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. They will not suffer that which will be moved. He that keepeth, they will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall not asleep nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shemaya, Hill, Israel. Shemaya, Yashrala, Yahweh, Allah, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yashrala, Yahweh, Allah, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yashrala, Yahweh, Allah, Yahweh,
Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Tapala Yahweh, Abiyanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Kaya, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Laba'a, Tazawanka, Haya, Aisha, Arataza, Ka, Bashamayim, Mithilanawa, Lakam, Yawum, Sa, Wasalakmanawa, Kababathnawa, Kasalaknawa, Kababathanawa, Wala'a, Habiyanawa, Oh, Nasayawan, our bone, our shine, Moran, Kriyan, Lakar, Malakwa, Waha'ala, Watapara, La'ayawalum, Aman.
Matthew 6 and 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is now. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us for our debt, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thy, for thy is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Hi, Aishara Matazawa, Ten Commandments. La'a, Yahaya, Makar, Alahayim, Alkaryim, Alkanya, La'a, Laisha, Laka, Pasol, Mala'a, Laibadam, La'a, Alakwaka, Shamwa, Yahweh, Alahayaka, Lashua, Zakar, Ah, Hayuwum, Hashabath, Lakodashra, Kabad, Abiaka, Wa Amakar, La'a, Maratazak, La'a, Sana'at, La'a, Hagna, La'a, Laina, Shakur, La'a, Kamad, Ko, Ashara, Lara'aika, Aman.
Exodus 20 and 3. I shall have no other gods before me. I shall not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. I shall not bow down myself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. I shall not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that take his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, though not thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in it, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the seventh day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy day may belong upon the land which the Lord thy God is giving thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not shall commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen.
Aman. Yeshua, seated. Barakatha Yakoba Hashem Yahawashai, Ashra, Natalanawa, Parya, Hakwara Aman, La Yahawah Hashem Yahawashai, Yahweh. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh with Israel. I moderate your Jerusalem stand and face Jerusalem for opening prayer. Barak Yahweh, Hagadol, Rakhwan, Abiyah, Wanara'ah, Aliyawan, Malak, Shom, Shemayim, Wa'aratha, Wakol, Debarim, Chayayim, Wagum, Hamashiach, Mayahawa, Adawan Nawa, Ahab Nawa, Apuah, Yawaitza, Yahawashai, Zakar Nawa, Yahawah, Aratazawan, Imka, Yasha'ala, Izar Nawa, Benah, Wasap, Yasha'ala, O, Nanawa, Yum Yun, Aitha, Tayawanyam, Makwadam, Baba Kusha, Shalat, Ayaka'ala, Watazwadat, Alahayim, La, Maganawa, Rapanawa, Washamar, Alnawa, Baikor, Shalat, Haroka, Shal, Yahawashai, Lanawa, Alamatnawa, Rabim, Kakama, Tabawana, Wadaith, Shal, Debarka, Bahasham, Yahawashai, Fuwada, from God, Wa'iwalam, Amun. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth, and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember us, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel. Most high, we beg you, right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you always and forever. Amen. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law. Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Lanawa, Hasawarah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see. Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Lanawa, War, Arawath. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatha Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Nathanawa, Koran, Hayal, Akorah, Ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakatha Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Nathanawa, Hashaman, Sayath, Amashak, Yasha'ala. Yeshabwa, be seated. Right. Shalom, shalom. Shah Shabbat, peace and blessings to the brothers and sisters that's here in the Philly school, those that's watching on the live stream, those that's listening on the teleconference line. Happy Sabbath, right? Give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High, the terrible power, our Lord, our friend, right? The Most High is our Redeemer, the King of Kings, right? As well as Hamashiach Yahawashai, right? Who is our Savior as well and our Redeemer. They kind of have some of the same attributes, but the Most High is giving those that authority down to the only begotten Son. But we give all praise, honor, and glory for knowledge, wisdom, understanding, for us to be able to come together on this Sabbath day, the day of rest, to partake in going through His scriptures, going through the lessons, getting the understanding, working through the Holy Spirit to now build us up in these last days, right? This is the congregation of Israel. That's what the name Hashral Kamash means. And we teach the Bible from Old Testament to the books of the Apocrypha, as well as through the New Testament, as far as for who we are in these last days, giving us our identity and our purpose, right? Letting us know that those of us whose ancestors on our father's side, going back at least 3 to 4 generations, if you fit the prophecies, if you fit the history of your ancestors being over here throughout the Americas, North, Central, and South America as the indigenous so-called native Indians that have been dispersed throughout, and then the conquistadors, the Spaniards, and Dutch came over and took and coveted the lands and raped and pillaged and murdered the people, then your ancestry, whether you're a Native American Indian, Seminole Indian, Arawak Indian, uh, uh, Arawak, Taino Indian, so forth and so on, right? All throughout those Americas, then you would fit the descent of those who come from the nation of Israel on your father's side, right? Same thing for those who came over on cargo slave ships known as the transatlantic slave trade, right? So-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, as you came over and you was also dispersed throughout those regions. Not only just here in the Americas, some was taken from here. You had some of the northern tribes known as those same so-called North American Indians, Taino, Arawak. They was taken from here over to other places across the seas and throughout Europe, right? They was now also going through a slave trade across the Atlantic. Some went through what we call the sub-Saharan slave trade through by the Arabs, and we was dispersed throughout those regions. So when you read in the book of Isaiah, the 11th chapter, the Most High, I think the 11th verse, he even speaks about our redemption from over there in those regions, not here just in the Americas, but we are dispersed throughout all of those regions. But if your ancestry, if you can go back 3 and 4 generations and now prove your descent, then you would be one of the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. But some people may not be able to go and follow their descent. They may not know who their father is because the man either ran out, so you don't know if that was your father. That's why the Most High said the spirit of the prophets is subject to the prophets. So as the brothers go out and they teach this word, or the nation of Israel goes out and prophesy and teaches, if your spirit resonates with this, then the Most High, Yahweh Shah, is going to wake you up. That's why Christ said in the book of John, my sheep hear my voice. You may not be able to go and go through the records and say, yeah, my great granddaddy or such and such was this. But now the spirit hears the voice, hears the Bible, resonates with the scriptures to draw you in so that you can now come and keep these commandments and now prepare yourself unto the coming of our Lord and Savior, Yahweh Shah, but in the world we know him as Jesus Christ, right? So this is now what we have to be thankful for, that we now have the opportunity to come into these chambers and get this knowledge and get this truth, right? I'm not going to spend too much long because there's a lot to unpack. I do want to try to get through both of these chapters. Normally would have probably split it up and just double one chapter, but I want to try to keep the schedule going of getting through the 5th and the 6th chapters. So as we always say, as we go through these chapters and we go through the scriptures, if you have questions, certain things don't resonate, you didn't get the clarity, make sure you write them down. This is the purpose of the classes, so we can go in depth with some of the things that we go through or that you may have questions on. Write them down, right? We may not have time because we still want to complete the Sabbath service, and Moses will have time to go out and have camp. So in order to do that, Most High's will, I'm going to try to be judicious with breaking down the scriptures as well as expeditious to get through both chapters because it's a lot of verses in these chapters. I'll ask the brothers to just kind of watch because I'm trying to do an online thing instead of always having my head down. I'm trying to see if I can follow what's online with the Apocrypha. And we know that sometimes the wording is not always the same, right? I'm trying to. I seen Elder Zaquan, when he's doing his services, he has his head up and he's kind of direct with the audience. So I'm trying to see if I can do that as well. So I'm trying this online. It's in the Apocrypha, so sometimes the wordings is a little bit off. I checked this one a little bit, and it seems to be on point. But just have patience, and then just let me know if it kind of document in the aqua up here. Just let me know if it kind of goes off or the wording is not accurate. Let me just put up. Okay, let's see here. All right. So before we begin, like I said, we in Second Esdras chapters 5 and 6. But before we jump into Second Esdras chapter 5, I'm going to go back to chapter 4, right? And just kind of lead the segue into what we're about to embark upon in chapters 5. As you go through Second Esdras, we're talking about it in the class this evening. That is my opinion. I'm not sure if it's stated fact, but Esdras is probably the one prophet that was shown probably more details about a lot of specific events that's happening in the last days, right? He was one of those prophets that asked probably the most questions to the angel Uriel, to the Most High, about said events that were going to happen in the last days. Not that other men or disciples or prophets didn't do it, they did. But as you read throughout Esdras and you get all the way, I think, to the 16th chapter, there's a lot of content in here that the Lord is revealing to Esdras based on the questions that he's asking. He's very specific and he's persistent to try to gain understanding about our salvation. So I'm going to read this in 2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 51. So 2nd Esdras 4 and 51 says, "Then I prayed and said, may I live, thinkest thou, until that time." Say again? Oh, page 18. If you ever read Apocrypha, page 18, 2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 51. Wow. So I'll read it again. It says, "Then I prayed and said, may I live, thinkest thou, until that time? Or what shall happen in those days?" Right? So Esdras is trying to determine if the things that he was already spoken of, the last days, if he was going to be alive in those days. Right? We usually reference this to speak about what we call so-called reincarnation or regeneration of the spirit in the Bible. So he was back then during the Persian and Medes Empire, but he's trying to ask the question, is he going to be alive in that day? Right? May he live to see these tokens, right? It says in verse 52, "He answered me and said, as for the tokens whereof thou askest me, I may tell thee of them in part." So the thing that you want to know about the last days, I'm going to reveal certain things, but it's only going to be part. I'm not going to give you everything in detail. Then he says, "But as touching thy life, I am not sent to show thee, for I do not know it." So as it pertains to you going to be coming back in the earth around that time, the Most High didn't reveal that to me. He didn't give me that information to impart upon you. So that's just going to be something that we just have to see if it happens. So you have certain men and women that we read about in the scriptures that they're here today. They don't know that these righteous men and women from the past, but they're doing great works in these last days because, again, that spirit is in them that the Most High continues to bring them forth in the last days, right? So now let's jump back to let's go to the book of First Peter chapter 1. First Peter chapter 1 and 9. Everybody got it? You want to read it?
First Peter chapter 9, verse 1.
No, 1 verse 9.
Okay, First Peter chapter 1, verse 9.
Okay.
"Receiving the end of your faith, even the salvation of your soul,
Keep reading.
of which salvation the prophets have inquired and searched diligently, who professed of the grace that should come unto you."
Who prophesied of the grace that should come unto you, right? So it says that the prophets have inquired and searched diligently. You're going to have certain men and women who are going to do a diligent search of inquisition to find out about the times that we live in and how our salvation is drawn closer. That's what Esdras is doing, right? Everything that we're reading about is Esdras doing a diligent inquisition through the angel Uriel to grab the understanding about these last days, right? Go to Proverbs chapter 2. Proverbs chapter 2. And verse 3.
Everybody there? Proverbs chapter 2, verse 3. Yea, if thou criest after knowledge, and liftest up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver, and searchest for her as for hid treasure, then shalt thou understand the fear of the Lord.
Right. So it says, if thou criest after knowledge. So now when you want to understand certain things, you just can't be complacent and just think that the Most High is going to give you information. He's going to give you knowledge. No, you have to thirst for it. You have to cry out for it. You have to fast for it. You have to sacrifice for it, right? So the Lord is now looking for those individuals. Certain men, certain women were fortunate enough to have that fire in them to go and do that. And the Most High showed them certain things. So we can sometimes we joke about the conversation between Esdras and Uriel and how he questioned certain things and he was trying to get on that level, and the Lord had to like stun his growth with questions that he knew he couldn't answer. But you can see the fire that was in Esdras to now continuously question the Lord about these desires, thirsting for the treasure so that he can now receive the understanding and deliver it to us. So his passion that he had is now evident for us to read in these last days, because without it, the Most High, when you look at Daniel, when you look at other men, the Lord reveals certain things to them. But he tells you in Esdras that he showed Daniel about what was going to happen with Esau's kingdom. But he didn't break it down to him. He just gave it to him. But Daniel never got the understanding. This brother desired to have this knowledge. He thirsted for it and kept questioning to get this understanding. Go to the Apocrypha in Ecclesiasticus, the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 39. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 39. And verse 1, page 94. Ecclesiasticus chapter 39 and verse 1.
Verse 1.
Okay.
But he that giveth his mind to the law Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, to seek out the wisdom of all, and being occupied in prophecy.
Right. So a person that gives his mind to the law of the Most High, meditates on these principles, and then seeks out the wisdom of all the ancient, right? All of these righteous men and women, if you're trying to seek out their wisdom, what allowed them to be able to overcome what was going on in their days? What things did they do that the Lord was now merciful and gave them a deliverance or gave them understanding? You want to find that out. So you got to give yourself to those things, right? Then it says, and be occupied in prophecies. Why occupied in prophecies? Because we're living in the time of prophecies. There's a lot of things that's happening, a lot of events that's happening right now, that if you don't understand that the Lord prophesied about these things, you don't understand that these things are happening, right? To even focus or pay attention to them. So that's why it also is important for us to now go into these prophecies. It's a good thing that we read through the totality of the Bible so that we can not only just read law, that we just don't read history, that we read prophecies as well, that we get these tokens in the last days so that we become a complete vessel, right? We are complete spirit as far as for understanding the will of the Most High.
And also educating us spiritually as in our minds through Jehovah. So when other people that are outside the truth come and try to speak to us differently, we have an understanding.
You're rooted.
Rooted in the truth.
Correct. Exactly. You don't want to be carried, tossed to and fro. But we speak about a lot of different doctrines and things that come up, right? And sometimes the stumbling blocks are the ones that seem to align with the Bible, where you have the book of Enoch, right? And you're like, well, Enoch is mentioned in the Bible, right? The book of Jasher. Well, Jasher is mentioned in the Bible, right? And then you get these books that's referenced. But now, if you're not rooted, you may not be able to discern that these books is plagiarized. These books, not even plagiarized, these books is fabricated. They just have the name of the title of it, but it does not coincide with the essence of what we read in the scriptures. So it's not the author, it's not the real thing. But if you are not rooted, you will not be able to discern. You will not be able to prove right from wrong. And that's what the Most High in Christ wants us to do by continually to go into the law, go into the prophecies, go into the fruits of the Spirit to now build us up as righteous men and women, right? One more before we jump into the chapter. I want to go back to the Apocrypha, Ecclesiastes chapter 44. Stay in the Apocrypha. Chapter 44, which is on page 97. And start from verse 1 down to 4.
Ecclesiastes chapter 44, verse 1 to 5.
4.
Let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begat us. Lord have brought great glory by them through his great power from the beginning, such as did bear rule in their kingdom, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding, and declaring prophecies, leaders of the people by their counsel and by their knowledge of learning, meet for the people, wise and eloquent in their instruction.
Right. So we're supposed to give praise and honor to these individuals because, again, they had the fire and the desire to go and search out this wisdom, question certain things, and then come back and give counsel and instruction and guidance to the people, right? Everybody's not going to be on the same level. The Lord is going to raise up certain men to do certain things. He's going to give certain gifts, certain spiritual gifts to certain individuals to carry out what the Lord's will is. And then he'll give that to certain sisters, certain women. So the Lord is going to be partial to whom he wants to continue and do certain things, but that's going to be the benefit for the whole nation, right? For the 1/3, for the elect to now gain this understanding. So again, this is where, Esdras now had that desire to fulfill what we read here about these famous men. Now let's go back to 2nd Esdras. Second Esdras, let's just jump right into it. Chapter 5 and verse 1.
Second Esdras, chapter 5.
Now I'll read through the chapter, but all the precepts, then I'll let y'all read them because I want to make sure that everybody can hear it. Because sometimes the mic won't pick up everybody in the back. I want to make sure everybody hears the actual reading. So this is 2nd Esdras chapter 5 verse 1. It says, "Nevertheless, as concerning the tokens, behold, the day shall come that they which dwell upon the earth shall be taken in a great number, and the way of truth shall be hidden, and the land shall be barren of faith." So it says, nevertheless, as concerning the tokens. What are the tokens? What are the tokens? Things you get at the amusement park and Chuck E. Cheese or put in the machine to play the game, those tokens. Right? What's the tokens? In this context. Anybody knows what the tokens?
Us.
Us, children of Israel. Anybody else? Prophecies or signs, right? Signs of the end of the world or prophecies, right? Oh, let's go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 42. Ecclesiasticus chapter 42. And verse 18. Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 and verse 18, page 96. Ecclesiasticus chapter 42, verses 18 and 19. If you want to read Apocryphus on page 96. So it reads, it says, he seeketh out the deep in the heart and considereth their crafty devices. For the Lord knoweth all that may be known, and he beholdeth the signs of the world. He declareth the things that are past and for to come, and revealeth the steps of hidden things, right? So the signs, the tokens are the things that's for to come. The Most High knows it all, and he's going to be the one that's going to reveal it to whom he seems fit and in measure. So this is what he's doing with Esdras. He's revealing these signs, these prophecies that's going to come in the end of the world. That's going to come leading up to our salvation, right? When you read it in the gospel, when Christ is speaking about giving the tokens to the men, that's a different token. Those are gifts, right? That they're supposed to go out and impute usury on, use their talent to go out there and bring in people into this truth. In this context, the tokens is talking about the prophecies, all right? So now let's go back to 2nd Esdras chapter 5 again. Verse 1, it says, nevertheless, as concerning the tokens or the prophecies, behold, the day shall come, meaning later on future from when Esdras was present, that they which dwell upon the earth shall be taken in a great number, meaning there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be taken out, right? Destroyed, killed, right? First mentally, but then definitely physically. In these last days, we're seeing a lot of that happening right now in this earth, right? In various different ways, whether it be through floods, earthquakes, tornadoes, pestilence, meaning the different diseases, right? Through murders and killings, right? The Lord has all this type of things going on in various places, the vibration to fulfill the prophecy. So in these last days, it's going to be different from what it was during Ezra's time. And we're not just talking about one thing, because some people will say, man, people was dying in the past. This happened in the past. This is the first time this happened, that people died of plagues or died of pestilence, right? The Black Plague, the bubonic plague, they had those things. But just like we talk about when you read Deuteronomy, the 20th chapter, and you get into the curses, and there's many different curses that personify or are particular to just the nation of Israel. It's just not one curse. All of those curses have to align to a people. It's just like somebody who committed a crime. When they commit a crime, they give you their whole description, how tall they were, what clothes they had on, what eyes he had. Everything is now described for that person. Everything has to align up. It just can't be anybody who had on blue jeans, right? A whole bunch of people got on blue jeans, but he had to have on a yellow sweater. He had to have on a hat. His sneakers was all ripped up and torn, and you align all that together to get the specific person. Same thing we do with Deuteronomy. We align all those curses to get to the specific nation. So now we're getting into the end times. Sure, you're going to have earthquakes that happened in the past, but all of these things are now going to start lining all up at the same time. So that now that your historians from all other different nations are all saying, we have never seen this in history. These types of events have not been tracked before, how it's happening at an alarming rate. So they are recognizing that we're living in a time that's different from before. So as Esdras, as John the Revelator, Daniel, all these different men are giving you the glimpse and the tokens of these last days. We got to put them all together and say, yes, this is the last days because of these said events is happening. It says, and the way of truth shall be hidden. right? We know that the majority of people on the planet Earth is not keeping the truth. As we look and see what's going on in today's time, the truth is now being trying to be pulled out of society day by day, right? They're trying to alter and change records, right? As far as for our history, who we are, so that it doesn't align with the Bible, right? They're now saying we're going to rewrite educational textbooks. Kids can't learn about what happened when they came over in slavery no more. So you're not going to read about slave ships. So if a kid is growing up in this generation, they don't get that taught to them in the school systems. And right now, it's not being widely prophesied or mentioned about. They're not going to now probably try to associate that with the Bible. That's their intent. But like I said, Christ said, my sheep hear my voice. There's nothing that they can do to stop the will of the Most High, but they're going to try, right? So truth is going to be hidden in these last days, and the land shall be barren of faith, right? The land is going to be barren of faith. Does that mean that there's not going to be no faith in the earth? No, that's not what it's saying. It's going to be at a low scale. Compared to what it was back then during Esdras' time, we knew that we was an Israelite, right? We was reminded that we was messing up and sinning, but we still chose the alternative. Here, we don't even know who we are as a collective nation to let us know that we should be keeping these laws. So the land being barren of faith is now going into not most of us know our nationality nor our will or purpose in this earth, right? Go to the book of Luke chapter 18. Luke chapter 18. And start at verse 7. Luke 18 and 7. So it reads, it says, and shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear long with them? Verse 8, I tell you that he will avenge them speedily. Nevertheless, when the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on earth? It's a rhetorical question that's now put out to us as a people. Will we be ready? Will we be fully clothed and armed when Christ comes back? Shall he find the elect standing strong and bold as a lion? Right? It's to exhort us, to inspire us, to make sure that we are keeping this truth, that we're doing it in the spirit of Yahushua. But it's showing you that it's not going to be rampant where everybody's going to be now worshiping Christ as it is written, or worshiping the Most High God as it is written, because we're reading here that faith is going to be barren in these last days, right? So it's going to be a great number of people taken off of the earth, as well as faith not being prevalent, or this truth not being prevalent throughout the nations at that time. Also, go to Isaiah chapter 13. For this goes for those that's going to be taken great in number. Isaiah chapter 13. Isaiah 13 and verse 11. Isaiah 13 and 11 says, and I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. Right? So the Lord is now going to start judging the earth, punishing the nations for what they've done, as well as our own people, for their pride, for their haughtiness, right? For their abominations that's happening in the earth. The Lord is now starting, or has been, judging the earth. Most people, because they don't keep the law, don't realize that these things are happening because of their iniquity, right? They think it's just by chance, right? It's just, an event that just happened. No, the Most High is doing this. And it's not going to be until the last time, the last trump, when Christ and the angels come, that they're going to realize that, oh, this was the Most High all along. Even though prophets are out there prophesying, they still are not connecting the dots that this is what it is, right? Most are not.
I just wanted to mention, like you're saying, about the scriptures and the prophecies and teaching, just as you are teaching us scriptures. Isaiah 58:1 says, "Cry aloud, spread not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and shew my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins." People are hard-headed, who don't want to know the truth. People are stiff-necked, and that's why you're here, and the brothers and the sisters are out there trying to teach people the truth and open up their eyes and show them the transgressions.
Right.
But some of them still don't want to know the truth.
Exactly. It's Ezekiel 3rd chapter, right? It's the hard-hearted, stiff-necked, right? Face is adamant. They don't want to hear, right? That's how we are as the people. The Lord is going to judge those who take that or continue to take in that stance. So let's go back. Like I said, it's a lot to get through. So this is 2nd Esdras chapter 5 and verse 2 now. It says, "But iniquity shall be increased above that which thou now seest, or that thou hast heard long ago." Right? So what was going on in Ezra's time, you had Israelites and a nation sinning and committing a whole bunch of atrocities and abominations. But Ezra seeing what we are going through right now, we're on another high level. It's increased far beyond what they were seeing back in their times. Now we're saying to ourselves, man, now a man could be a dog, a woman could be a cat, right? You can change your identity to anything, right? And gain benefits from it, let alone just sexuality, as far as for homosexuality and pansexual and all these other different things. Now it's taken on a whole nother level. And we still haven't seen it get to its cusp yet. It's still going to get worse than what we're seeing right now, right? Not being able to rear up and deal with your children. Laws are being now giving the children more authority over other parents, right? A parent can't rule over or guide their children now because there's laws that now prevent us from now trying to follow this and instill that in them. So iniquities are increasing on a higher level than what we've seen before. It says, "Or that thou hast heard long ago. And the land that thou seest now to have roots shall thou see wasted suddenly." So now the land, right, all these different kingdoms and nations, they've all taken root. They've flourished, right? They become populous. They've gotten a lot of riches and glory. In the prophecies, in the vision, the Most High says they're going to get wasted suddenly, especially Babylon, right? It's going to be overthrown. We're going to touch on that, I think, also in the 6th chapter, because the 5th and the 6th chapter kind of commingle and bring out the same information. It says, "The land that thou seest now to have root shall thou see wasted suddenly." John the Revelator saw these same things too, about how Babylon was going to fall in 1 hour, right? The destruction that was going to come from that Third World War, the missiles and the bombs and things falling down. John the Revelator saw that. So there's going to be an opportunity for us at the last day. That's going to be parts of our glory, parts of our reward, to see the destruction of the other nations based on what they've done. Their kingdoms are going to fall, suddenly wasted. Go to the book of Isaiah chapter 27. Isaiah chapter 27 and verse 9. Isaiah 27 and 9. It says, "By this therefore shall the iniquity of Jacob be purged, and this is all the fruit to take away his sin, when he maketh all the stones of the altar as chalk stones that are beaten in sunder, the groves and images shall not stand up. Yet the defenced city shall be desolate, and the habitation forsaken, and left a wilderness. There shall the calf feed, and there shall he lie down and consume the branches thereof." So the defenced cities, all these great kingdoms and everything else that's all walled up, got all their military and might, they're going to be overthrown. Jacob's sins is going to be purged, right? We're never going to go into captivity again. We're never going to have to be judged for any more iniquity. And then on the flip side, the nations now are going to have to fall. All their kingdoms are going to have to succumb to Yahweh Shah, or what the world knows as Jesus Christ, because he's going to be the King of Kings. His kingdom has to supersede all. So now when it's talking about these kingdoms taking root and it's going to be taken asunder, this is going into the downfall of these different places, right? The defense city shall be desolate. Babylon, when you read the prophecy later on in Isaiah, it says it will burn with the perpetual smoke. That's the remnant of the missiles of the bombs hitting this land, as well as others. But the mainstay, Babylon, is not going to be inhabited anymore by people to build up a city, right? It's going to be desolate. Now let's go back to 2nd Esdras chapter 5 and verse 4. And if you're just logging in, like I mentioned at the beginning, you got questions about certain things we're going to go through, because it's over 100 verses. I'm trying to go through them all. I don't want to break it up. I want to go through it all to kind of try to bring out certain understanding so that we can keep in line with the Sabbath service order. So write down all your questions, write them down, and bring it to the Tuesday and Friday night class. This is the best opportunity to do that, because I don't want to spend too much time. I got to even put reins on myself not to elaborate too much. Isaiah 27, 9 and 10. So now going back, 2nd Esdras chapter 5, we have verse 4. It says, but if the Most High grant thee to live, thou shalt see after the third trumpet, that the sun shall suddenly shine again in the night, and the moon thrice in the day, right? So if the Most High grants us to live, thou shalt see after the third trumpet. Meaning, it's the Lord's will if we make it through all of these things, right? It's the Lord's will that if you come back and be present to observe these things and get to the end, the Lord might be able to take you up before that happens. You might be sealed already. That's a class in itself that Lord's will we'll go through later on in a future class, the sealing of the saints. You could be sealed and be taken up off the earth, right? You may not have to bear through all the things that's going on. That's why it says, if the Lord grant thee to live or be here or be present to get through those times, thou shalt see after the third trumpet. What's the third trumpet, right? Let's go to Revelation chapter 8. It's going right back into these last days, into the destruction of Babylon and the nations. Revelation chapter 8 and verse 10. Revelation chapter 8 and verse 10. You know when everybody got it. So Revelations 8 and 10 says, and the third angel sounded, right? Sounded what? A trumpet. And there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp, and it fell upon the third part of the rivers and upon the fountains of waters. And the name of the star is called wormwood, right? Wormwood is synonymous with being bitter. So when you read in Revelations, you're reading Esdras, there's a lot of figurative speech, figurative wordplay, right? It's giving you a comparison of certain things. So wormwood is now symbolic of being bitter, destruction that's going to happen. So this star that's going to fall from the heavens is called wormwood. And the third part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the waters because they were made bitter. Again, wormwood and bitter is synonymous with one another. But now what is this getting into? It's getting into the same thing we spoke about before, right? In the last days, when the Third World War happens, these missiles are going to start coming from the sky, right? It gives you a picture of like the star coming from heaven, like how do you see a shooting star, right? You see a shooting star coming down, and sometimes you'll see a little tail on the trail. Matter of fact, let me see if I could pull this up real quick. Give me 1 second. Right. All right, is this up on the screen? Oh.
Just share it.
Hmm.
See a little plus thing. This one.
Yeah, that's what I was. Oh, I didn't select it. Maybe. No, still.
Yeah, add it. Put the cursor over it. Put the cursor over it.
Oh wait, this is. Is that on there yet? Oh, okay. So this is a clip of what you would normally see with a shooting star. If you see them in the background, may not be too bright, right? So remember, the prophet sometimes describes the things of today based on what they would see back then, right? So you see how these things is flying. It's like stars that's now falling from the sky, from the heavens, and we called it a shooting star. But now when you look at, if I could switch this, when you look at what happens during times of war, this is what you would also see. All right, can y'all see this? Can y'all see this over there? Con La? Okay. All right. So this is what happens over in Israel, right? And you see the missiles that's falling from the sky. These is not meteors, but this is actual missiles that's falling from the sky. So when the Most High is prophesying to Esdras, he's seeing it as if it's this. But now when these missiles actually hit and land in the earth, it causes mass destruction. It causes a lot of death and turmoil and bitterness among the people that's on the earth. So a lot of these events is now him seeing what we see here in the last days, but actually what's even still to come, right? As far as for these stars falling from heaven, right? So when we align this up, when we see the scriptures, we got to envision these things. We got to see it how they saw it, but now in our time. This is why sometimes when you read the scriptures, the Lord spoke about to Daniel and other prophets that the truth had to be hidden for a time period, right? It had to be withheld. So a lot of this breakdown, this understanding, they didn't get. We have it now because in our times, this is our experience. We've seen these things. So now as we read it, we like, oh, that's what that's talking about. Oh, the locust flying. It's not really talking about locusts. It's talking about the fighter planes that went and do World War I and II. Now we understand. But they probably wouldn't get the full understanding of it because they were still back in their time. These inventions were not even created yet. So they're just seeing it from thousands of years prior. So now when we go back and we look at, what it's saying here as far as for him making it through the third trump, that third trump is dealing with this last day as far as for the missiles and things that's going to fall on the earth. He says, but if, again, going back to 2 Esdras 5:4, but if the Most High grant thee to live, thou shalt see after the third trumpet that the sun shall shine suddenly again in the night and the moon thrice in the day, right? Just going into our salvation because the moon and the sun is synonymous with wisdom and salvation, right? One more, go to Isaiah chapter 30 and verse 26 for this fifth verse. Isaiah 30 and 26. Isaiah 30 and 26 says, moreover, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold as the light of 7 days in the day that the Lord bindeth up the breach of his people and healeth the stroke of their wound. right? It's not literal. It doesn't mean that the sun at that day is now going to shine 7 times brighter than what it is. There's another class in itself about the numbers. Numbers carry certain meanings and effect, right? When we did the prayers this morning, we did Deuteronomy 6 and 4, and we did it 3 times, right? 3 times bring forth force. So when it's talking about the moon shining thrice in the day, it's not talking about you're going to have 3 moons, or it's going to appear, go away, appear, go away, appear, go away. No, it's just emphasizing how our salvation, how our knowledge and wisdom is going to be increased in that last day. So 3 signifies force, right? Or emphasis on something. That's like when Yahushua told Peter that he was going to deny him thrice, right? To show you how the conviction was going to be there. Then you got other numbers, 7, right? 7 is supposed to represent completion, like we just read here in this verse. There's other times where it talks about 10. Seek him 10 times more, right? You're not literally saying, okay, I did this way on this day. Now I'm going to do the same thing 10 times. No, it's just now reiterating the emphasis of the force behind what is being said. So that's what it's talking about when it says that the sun shall suddenly shine again in the night and the moon thrice in the day. We're going to make it out of these last days. We're going to make it through this darkness that we call the night as far as for Esau's kingdom. All right. Now, let's read on. It says, verse 5, and blood shall drop out of wood, and the stone shall give its voice, and the people shall be troubled. Right? This blood shall drop out of wood is again going into the destruction that's about to happen. Right? There's certain trees that bleed or give you the impression that they bleed when you chop them down or when certain things happen to it. It brings out like a red sack and it looks like blood. See if I could bring that up. Bear with me 1 second. All right. So as you see here, these are trees, certain trees that have been chopped down or just wounded on certain side, and you can see that it looks like blood is coming out of the tree, but it's just the pigmentation of color of the sack that's now coming out. So now when you look at it, they even name certain trees after the blood. But now remembering the Most High said that man is like trees on the earth, right? That we are trees. There's certain parables in the book of Ezekiel that goes into Adam and how he was a tree planted in the garden amongst the other nations. So now how is this synonymous with what we're reading here in the second Esdras chapter 5 and 5 about blood dropping out of wood? Because of Yahushua and the angels are coming to destroy and coming to cut down the nations. Go to Isaiah chapter 14. Go to Isaiah chapter 14 and verse 8. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 8. We go through these chapters when we get into Lucifer, right? And we bring out that Lucifer is not the spiritual entity, Satan, right? Lucifer is a nation of people in the earth. And then it goes through his reign, his downfall, and how the other nations are going to speak to his downfall as well as us, right? So this is Isaiah chapter 14 and verse 8, right? It says, yeah, the fir trees rejoice at thee. So when you read this chapter in context, the fir trees is talking about the other nations, right? It says, and the cedars of Lebanon saying, since thou art laid down, no feller is come up against us, right? Since you, Lucifer, Edom, Babylon has been laid down or taken out, no fella is come against us. Now, what's a fella? Anybody remember what a fella is? Say again? Nope. A fella. What does a fella do? His occupation. F-E-L-L-E-R. A fella is someone who chops down trees, who goes and cuts down trees, right? So now when you go look at the occupation of a fella to cut down trees, the nations are looking at Lucifer, Babylon, as the fella that cut them down. That's how they got to where they went, where they are today, right? So now when you cut down a tree and you look at the image that we just had just now, as far as for certain trees the sap and the blood coming out. Since you removed out the way, no one has come against us like that. So that's what they were saying to Esau at this point in time that's coming. But now, once the destruction comes, this is the tokens that the Most High is given to Esdras. He's going to see a lot of destruction happening to the nations, not just Esau, right? It's going to be happening to all. All of these nations are going to be cut down. Those that have aligned themselves with the beast or Babylon, they have to also be cut down. So blood destruction is going to happen to these nations, right? To Babylon, based on the tokens or the prophecy that's given to Esdras. Now it says back in 2nd Esdras 5:5, and blood shall drop out of wood, and the stone shall give his voice. We know who the stone is. The stone or the rock is Yahushua. We're speaking, we're going out there laboring and teaching these prophecies through the highways and byways, right? And then it says, and the people shall be troubled, right? When they hear the destruction that's coming, they're going to be troubled. Like we read in Isaiah 13:1-2, that this even in the class, that they're going to run into the gates of the nobles. They're going to go to their so-called pastors, so-called elect councilmen and everything else to say, hold on, we're hearing what these guys are talking about, and I'm lining up with what we read in the Bible. Is this true? Is this going to happen? Is this why this is happening to us? Because what they're saying, because of sin and iniquity, right? That's what's going to happen. People are going to be troubled in their mind and their spirit based on what they see and based on what they hear, right? You can write down 1 Corinthians, just write it down, chapter 10. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 1 down to 4. That Christ is that rock or that stone. He is the word, right? We're speaking in the spirit of Yahushua in these last days. All right, let's continue on. Still got a lot to cover. So now it says in verse 6, and even he shall rule whom they look not for that dwell upon the earth, and the fowls shall take their flight away together. Pardon me. It says, and even he shall rule whom they look not for that dwell upon the earth. Who is it speaking about? Who is this he that's going to rule that they don't look for that dwells upon the earth? Huh? This is talking about somebody that's about to rule. Who's going to rule next? Israel, right? We're the ones that's looked down upon. Most people wouldn't look at us to be the next kingdom or people to rule. They overlook us. They're talking about China might be the next one that's going to take over after Esau's kingdom. They're excelling in technology. They're making deals and brokering all kind of things with all different nations. Their technology, we have everything, phones and clothes and everything else. It just appears that it's going to be them. Their military, they got way more people as far as for men and women in their military than what we have here. It's going to be them. No, it's going to be Israel, right? They're not looking for Israel to get next. Go to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5. So Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5, page 60 in the Red Apocrypha, it says, then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labors. When they see it, talking about what? Our salvation is the it. They shall be troubled with terrible fear and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. This is the he that's going to rule that they did not think is going to rule, right? I said page 60. So now it says in verse 3, and they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision and a proverb of reproach. We fools accounted his life madness and his end to be without honor. How is he numbered among the children of God, and his lot is among the saints. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth, and the light of righteousness have not shined unto us. Keep that in mind. Remember that part right there. And the light of righteousness have not shined unto us, and the sun of righteousness rose not upon us. Right? So who is this thing about? Israel. The other nations viewed us as not taking account for any of our labors, right? Any of the slavery and all the things that we went through that fulfilled prophecy, the Most High was going to come and redeem us, they didn't take that into account. Now, when the strangeness of our salvation, it's going to be strange to them, but not to us, because we already know how the Most High is going to deliver us. But when the Lord sends the chariots, the angels, to go throughout the four corners and redeem the nation of Israel from where they are scattered, they're going to say, what the heck is this? Then Yahushua is coming, and they're going to see Yahushua. We didn't think that Christ looked like that. We didn't think that these people were the children of God. How is this? Right? We thought that we was the children of Christ, or the Christians, right? We thought that we was the ones. I seen our faces in these books, and it's not us. Who lied to us? Right? That's what's going to happen. That's the fulfillment of the prophecies. We just need to be consistent and patient to see it come to fruition, right? So now when it says, even he shall rule whom they look not for that dwell upon the earth, right? That's the nation, specifically Babylon, Esau, that's not seeing our salvation to come. And then it says, and the fowl shall take their flight away together, right? So now, again, when you read the Bible, there's a lot of allegories and comparisons. Men is made as trees, men is made as animals, men is made as different types of crops like vineyards and different things. The kingdom of heaven is likened to a vineyard. We are compared to a lot of different things to bring out a point. So in this case, when it's talking about the fowls, it's talking about the different nations that's going to be in the earth, right? Different nations that's going to be in the earth. The Lord says that we are like a speckled bird. My heritage is like a speckled bird. Who's the bird? Israel's the bird, right? In this context, the bird or the fowls here is talking about the other nations, right? These other nations are going to take their flight away, right? There's different contexts when you read in, I want to go into the gospel with the mustard seed. There's a parable about the mustard seed. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Give me 1 second. There's a parable about the mustard seed that I want. I think it's in Matthew. Right. Go to Matthew chapter 13. Matthew chapter 13. It's funny. I remember like years ago going through these precepts, especially this one. I remember it clear as day, and we had a scriptures council about this. And man, brothers going back and forth foul. I remember my brother said, "You're like a foul ball." We was going all over the place back then with some of these precepts. But Matthew chapter 13 and verse 32. Actually, I'm gonna start at 31. Matthew chapter 13 and verse 31. So it says, another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, right? So mustard seed is probably one of the like smallest, they don't consider that seed that compared to like others, but it's one of the strongest, right? It says, which indeed is the least of all seeds, right? Now this parable is being comparison to us. This parable is likened to the nation of Israel. We are like that seed that's least compared to everybody, meaning most people don't consider us, like we just read. They're not considering our labors. They're not considering our ways. They think that we just the bottom of the bottom, and we're going to always be that. But then it says, but when it is grown, when that spirit comes in and we stand on our feet, like it talks about in Revelation, the 11th chapter, and the spirit of God enters in us, and we go out and we teach it, we do the things that's necessary. We now have that wisdom and knowledge and understanding. It says, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among the herbs. Then now we're going to fulfill Deuteronomy 7 and 6. Now we're going to be above every nation. Without that wisdom, now we're in our punishment, our judgment, we're on the bottom. But now once we come back, we become the greatest of all herbs, of all trees, of all birds, of all things, right? Now watch what the Lord says going to happen. And becometh a tree so that the birds of the air come and lodge in his branches thereof. So now these same birds, these fowls, these different things is now going to come and lodge with us. That's what it says in Isaiah chapter 14, that they shall do what? Cleave to us, right? Isaiah 14:1, right? We read that all the time. Right? And they're going to, the strangers shall cleave to the nation of Israel. Why? Because we're going to be the greatest thing walking. They're going to have to come and learn, and they're going to have to come and see and watch and check out and do all. They're going to have to. So this is what the Lord is now giving us different insight about how he's classified them. Now, you take that same understanding and you apply it to what Esdras is being shown. These is the last days. Destruction is coming in these tokens. So now once the third trumpet is coming and the missiles is dropping and the war is breaking out and insurrection and all that, people are going to do what? They're going to start fleeing. They're going to start departing. I was cool with you at one point. I'm out, right? All different types of things is going to start changing in the last days on a small scale and on a global scale. We're about to get into it, right? So now when we go back to 2nd Esdras chapter 5, go back to 2nd Esdras chapter 5 and verse 6 again, it says, and even he shall rule whom they look not for that dwell upon the earth, and the fowl shall take their flight away together. It's like when you're out in the park, somewhere, and it's a whole bunch of birds that's on the ground, and you throw a rock at them or something like that. What happens? What do you do? They all scatter. They all fly away, right? They go different ways, right? Because what? Danger just came, right? Something just came and threatened them. So now they're going to all depart and be looking like, yo, John saw them looking at Babylon from afar, like, damn, look what's happening to Babylon. Right? Now they're not going to want to align themselves with him anymore. Right? This is what's now the vibration of the spirit that's coming. So now let's read verse 7. And the Sodomite sea shall cast out fish and make a noise in the night, which many have not known, but they shall all hear the voice thereof. So the Sodomitish sea shall cast out fish. Right? What's the Sodomitish sea? Go to Revelation real quick. Go to Revelation chapter 11 and 8, and then we're going to go to Revelation 17 and 15. So Revelation chapter 11 and verse 8, it says, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. So their dead bodies are speaking about the nation of Israel, spiritually dead, right? We're not physically dead in this vision here that Yahushua is giving John, but we're spiritually dead. Shall lie in the street of the great city. The great city is talking about Babylon, right? Where we are dwelling here in the land of the north, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt. Sodom, because of all the Sodomitish type things that went on in the land of Sodom, is now also prevalent here in the great city Babylon. And then Egypt, all the customs that they kept in Egypt that now proliferated throughout all the different empires have now also rested here. So you have both different types of spirits that's going on in Babylon, but we're focusing on Sodom because they are the ones that promote sodomy on a high level. Esau, whether they're here or over there as with their partners, their friends, right, over there throughout Europe. So now it says here, where also our Lord was crucified, meaning his name is being crucified, his purpose is being crucified, the Most High is being crucified, the nation of Israel is being crucified. How? Just like it says in Job 9:24, they cover up the faces of the judges thereof. We don't know the true identity of our Lord and Savior. Most of our people don't. We don't know his intentions, his wills, desires, what he's coming to do. So that's how he's being crucified. Because if you don't know Christ, that means you're not going to embark upon sin and iniquity. And it's like he died for our sins. So it's like we're crucifying him again to have him come back to die on a cross to make up for the sins that we commit. But this is all predicated on what they're doing. So now keep in mind Sodom. Sodom here is the key. Now I go to Revelation 17 and 5. Remember, write down your questions because we still in the 7th verse. I gotta pick up the pace, but we're still in the 7th verse. Write down all your questions. Somebody, I don't know what you're talking about, dying a lot in the city. Write that down. And we're going to talk about it in the class. I want to try to get through this. So now, Revelation 17:15, it says, and he said unto me, the waters which thou sawest, which the horse sitteth, are peoples, multitudes, and nations and tongues. The waters, the seas, right? So now when you go throughout the prophecies in the Bible, the Most High now likens the nations of the people to be waters or seas. So now when it's talking about the Sodomitish sea is going into all these other nations. And then it says, and it shall cast out the dead fish or cast out fish. If fish is taken out of water, what happens? They die, right? It can't survive. So that's what's going to be happening. A lot of death is going to be coming out of these nations because of the iniquities, the sins that they promote. They're sodomitish, right? They have now had their time with the whore. They followed after their principles. They followed after their customs. They followed after their doctrines and said, we're going to prosper by doing what they do. So they got to be taken out, right? So now let's go back. Again, verse 7. And the Sodomitish sea shall cast out fish and make a noise in the night, which many have not known, but they shall all hear the voice thereof. There shall be a confusion also in many places, and the fire shall be oft sent out, and the wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters, right? So there's going to be confusion all over as now the Lord speeds up the time, and more prophecies and things start happening in the earth. Fires shall be spread throughout, right? We're not just talking about the forest fires in Canada, the forest fires in California. It's going to be all over. The Lord is now going to put that vibration to destroy at his will. The Most High controls the elements. So it doesn't need to be that somebody comes and lights a match to go and do something. No, he can have it just happen on his own, right? Just like it happened during the times of ancient elders when they came out of Egypt and they was going throughout the wilderness and they came and took down the Hamites in the land. The Lord sent out judgment when fire came down and brimstone and so on. The Lord's going to be able to do that again in these last days. Wild beasts shall change their places. You see that now on the news, and you see that now in certain occurrences where the animals now are now coming into the domesticated places, and they're terrorizing people, right? They're going through the cities. They're coming into barbershops in certain areas of remote. They're going all throughout these places. The Lord is putting the spirit on the animals to now change their place and come where they normally don't dwell, right? Person woke up one day and there was lions on his back patio, right? Chilling, like about 8 of them. And well, imagine now you coming outside, you're like, what the heck is this? They chilling like it's theirs, right? So now the Lord is going to start turning up. Remember, these tokens is a combination of a whole bunch of things. It's not just one thing. It's not one fire, not one earthquake. It's a combination of all these things happening at one period in time throughout this last age, this generation. Then it says, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters. I don't even think I need to break this one down because we see what's happening. When you look at a menstruous woman, a woman who's on her menstrual cycle, what happens, right? We know according to the scriptures that she's unclean. She's not wicked. She didn't commit a sin, but she's unclean, right? So now she can't come amongst anything that's holy. But now when you go into the characteristics of a woman who's on that menstrual cycle, what happens? She gets very emotional. She's going through pain. She got a lot of things going on in her, right? So now when you look at what the Lord is bringing out, menstruous women shall bring forth monsters. So all of that is now coming in the spirit of these children in the last days. In the past year, just in the past year, and throughout the major cities, if you look at our younger generation, they buck wild. They are wilding out. Chicago, here in Philly, we've been at camp a couple times, and we just out there speaking. All of a sudden, you see about thousands of kids that's just out wilding, right? And I remember the testimony the young sister said, I think I'm going to get killed out here. Oh, okay, and kept on going. It's like you got your conscience telling you that something ain't right, but you don't even care. You're still going to go out there wilding out in the streets. And it's now happening at an alarming rate, not just us. Even the nations, Esau, they're going up in supermarkets and churches and things, going and just killing people, saying that it's mental health. Yeah, because what iniquities have now proliferated in the earth is now causing people to be out of their minds. So now when the Lord is giving Esdras this prophecy, mistress women should be like monsters, like animals, like beasts out there in the world. This is now a product of the last days. You can't compare this to the Babylonian Empire. You can't compare this to the Greek Empire. You can't compare this to the Roman Empire. They didn't see things like what we got going on right now. They didn't have the children and the younger generation wilding out like it is right now. That didn't happen back then. That's why he said iniquity is going to increase far beyond what you have seen. That's what we got going on now, right? Go to Ecclesiastes, pull out 2 quick precepts. Ecclesiasticus chapter 16. Ecclesiasticus chapter 16 and verse 1. (16 and 1) says, page 79, read Apocrypha, desire not a multitude of unprofitable children, neither delight in ungodly sons. Though they multiply, rejoice not in them, except the fear of the Lord be with them, right? The fear of the Lord ain't with them, and they're multiplying like gremlins. They're monsters out there, right? You cannot rejoice in your children that's acting like this, right? And you know the destruction that's going to happen or might happen if they don't get themselves together, right? In the law, when you read in Deuteronomy, it tells you that if your child was not righteous, if he was now bucking up against the word, you were supposed to go and take a hold on him and bring him to the priest, bring him to the elders. And what happened? They would do an inquisition, find out if he's really that stubborn, and what would they do to him? Huh? Stone him, right? He was being stoned. Why would they just go and stone a person's child? The parent bringing them there and they stone him. Why would they stone him? What was the purpose of stoning him? Outside of just killing him, what was the purpose? Outside of killing him or stoning him, what was the purpose? Say again? To rid that spirit so that it could be a deterrent that you now see if you was a friend of that kid, that boy or that girl, and they just got stoned with stones for doing some of the same things that you was running in the pack doing, you might say, yo, I gotta change my life. I ain't running with them no more. Because I don't want that to happen to me. Right? So that was the purpose behind the judgment of death, is to rid that sin. It wasn't that the Most High was such a terrible, he just didn't care about us. Because some people say that. Why would the Lord do that? It's the same way when a parent has a child, they want to correct them. Sometimes they got to smack their hand, smack their behind, get the belt. Some people go get the extension cord. They'll get all kind of things to instill righteousness in them because they don't want them to be unprofitable children, right? So now it says, don't delight in these children. They are like monsters out here. Isaiah chapter 51. Isaiah chapter 51 and verse 20. Isaiah 51 and 20 says, thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head of all the streets as a wild bull in a net. They are full of the fury of the Lord, the rebuke of thy God. So the sons of the Lord is the children of Israel, the sons of the nation of Israel, all the tribes. It says they lie at the head of the streets, hanging out in the corners, hanging out in the highways and the byways, right? It says as a wild bull in a net. Same way you see some of our northern tribe, or not even just northern tribe, but also East over there in Spain, they have these bullfights and they like to play around with the bulls. When you try to tame a bull and put it in the net, it starts bucking all over the place because it's trying to get out the net. So figuratively, that's how our young men have become, just like wild animals out there in the highways and the byways. The Lord said that they, within that spirit, are full of the fury of the Most High God, right? And the Lord is going to deal with them if they continue in that fashion swiftly and speedily, right? Or he can hold them to judgment until Christ comes back and they get that fate. All right. So now we understand that these monsters is not only us, but it's also the other nations because they got demons and beasts and things running out there doing all kind of havoc. So Esdras is seeing all this. This is like new to him. Damn, they wilding out in this vision. Some of the prophets, when they see these things, Daniel, Ezra, as we're going to read, they fainted or they got vexed. It was like, yo, what is going on? Because this is far beyond what they've seen in their time. All right, let's go back. Second Esdras chapter 5 and verse 9 now. It says, and salt waters shall be found in the sweet, and all friends shall destroy one another. Then shall wit hide itself, and understanding withdraw itself into his secret chamber. So now salt water shall be found in the sweet. What that means is where you think you're going to have comfort, safety, right? Where you think you're going to be able to get, sustenance or what have you, now it's going to be turned to bitter, right? Now those who was your friends is not going to be your friends anymore. They're going to start pulling away. It says, and salt water shall be found in the sweet, and all friends shall destroy one another. Right? There's going to be a spirit that's going to come apart where now people are going to turn and become traitors on their own individual. On a global scale, where certain countries are going to start defecting from friendships they had once with another country or place, or even on a lower scale, right? Because when the destruction hits, right, when certain things start happening, when you're in certain pockets, when you got the storehouses is barren, right? You're in certain areas where you can't go to the supermarkets and get food. What's going to happen? What's going to happen with someone who was once your friend and they helped you out, now they can't get food. They coming to your house, right? They coming to your place and get your stuff because of survival of the fittest at that point. They don't have that spirit on us where we can rely on the Most High to feed us, to clothe us, to do what we need to get through in these last days. They're going to be erratic. They're going to go and rob and steal and kill at will to get what they need to get. That's what's now going to have become prevalent. Friends who was now friends are going to become enemies to one another. It's going to touch on it a little bit more in the 6th chapter. It says, and then shall wit or understanding hide itself, right? Common sense is going to withdraw itself, let alone the understanding of the Most High. And understanding withdraw itself into its secret chamber, right? So we have the secret chamber of the Most High, which is this truth. Go to Isaiah real quick, chapter 26. Isaiah 26 and 20. Isaiah 26 and 20 says, come, my people, enter into thy chambers, and shut the doors about thee. Hide thyself as it were for a little moment until the indignation be overpassed. Right? That's what we're trying to remove ourselves from the world. We don't want to get caught up with the world. Right? Use the world, but don't abuse it. Because the fashion of this world passes away. It tells you that in 1 Corinthians, I think the 8th chapter. I think it's the 8th chapter. I have to find out. But the fashion of this world passes away. So we need to now go into the secret chambers. 7th chapter. Go out of 1 Corinthians 7:31. Right? We need to come into the secret chambers, which is into the scriptures, into the wisdom and understanding of the Bible. Right? That's how you now protect yourself from the indignation that's happening, and you can bear through it until it passes over. That's what he told Esdras. If you make it past the 3rd trump, you make it past all those bombs and you're going to see the salvation. You're going to be a part of those that's going to be taken and sealed, right? Let's go back. 10th verse. It says, and shall be sought of many, and yet not be found. Then shall unrighteousness and incontinency be multiplied in the earth. What's incontinency? What's incontinency? Incontinency. Oh, Zaquan? Go ahead. Oh, well, then, unless you wasn't in Sabbath class, then brothers remember what's incontinency. That was Zaquan went through it last Sabbath day. What do you think it is?
When you can't hold back.
Say again?
You can't hold back.
When you can't hold back something, all right, you have no self-restraint, right? You can't control your thoughts or your emotions, and you just do what you want, right? And it's also tied to sexual connotations where your desires just now go and just lash out. When you read, I forget where the prophecy is, and it just came to mind where it talks about it was a camp that used to teach this that we was going to be doing it, where it talks about you're going to be ravishing the other nations, ravishing their women, right? That's what's going to happen in these last days because unrighteousness and incontinency, no self-restraint, right? Morally or sexually, is going to have people just going out there and just raping and doing certain things to certain women. That's going to happen. They do it in the wars, right? It happens in wars and things of that nature. There's supposed to be rules of engagement, but a lot of times when you go into war, I remember the brother was at a camp and an Edomite, the Amalekite, was like, "It's war. What do you care? It's war is war." But there's supposed to be some rules of engagement even in war. Even we have rules of engagement, right? We just can't go out there and just do whatever we want in war. The Most High has that in law. So now when you look at what's going to happen or is happening now in these last days, incontinency is now happening on an alarming rate, especially what you see on social media and what they put out there in the movies. And then what they cause our sisters and our women to do, you can dress and do whatever you want. Nobody should dictate to you how you look, right? Now, wisdom tells you that it's a lot of knuckleheads out there. A lot of knuckleheads. And some said, listen, a man can tell me what I read, this, that, and the third. They don't care about the effects or the consequences of their action. It's like somebody just winning the lottery, or you just got paid, and you come out the bank, and you got a pocket, you just cash your check. Nobody's gonna say, hey, let me put my money hanging out my pocket and walk down the street. You wouldn't do that. You don't want nobody to know how much money you got or that you got a lot of money. Why? Because you know that there's wicked individuals out there that may try to rob you for that money. They do it when they don't know how much money you got in your pocket. They're going to try to rob you. But if you advertise it again, they're going to come after you. So if you're a woman that's now exposing your body, they're going to go out there and take you down. They're going to go out even in broad daylight. It don't have to be in the night. So when incontinency is now being spoken of here, it wasn't like how it was back then, even though they had some, that spirit was still there, but it's at an alarming rate because we got tools that enhances it. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and everybody's now taking pictures, them here, them there, this way. Most sisters nowadays, they always do the back shot pictures, right? They always want to do the back shot pictures of showing them behind. They lift up the leg, right? They got the one leg up. That's what they want to advertise. Now all these thirsty men is looking, and they're like, damn. It's like the cartoon with the saliva is dripping out your mouth. Damn, look at her. Oh my God, right? And when they see it, they don't have any self-restraint. They don't have self-control. And that's going to happen, right? And it happens on various different kinds of levels, whether it's sexual, whether it's just dealing with food or clothes or whatever. You cannot contain yourself. You gotta have it. When the Most High said no. Have some temperance. Have some patience with yourself. Work on it. But that's not what's going to happen in these last days, right? Reading on. It says, 10 again, and shall be sought of many wisdom, and yet not be found. Then shall unrighteousness and incontinency be multiplied in the earth. One land also shall ask another and say, is righteousness that maketh a man righteous gone through thee? And it shall say no. That's what we just read about in Wisdom of Solomon, about whom they looked not for. They was deceived thinking that they had the truth. They were deceived that they thought what righteousness is. But here, that spirit says, no, righteousness is not going through Babylon. It's not going through Esau. It's not going through Ishmael. It's not going through Ham. It's going to go through us as a people. So figuratively, they asking for direction. They asking for how do we make it over this overflowing scourge. Do you got the answers? No, they don't have the answers, right? Only we have the answers, those of us who enter into the secret chambers. Verse 12, it says, at the same time shall men hope, but not obtain. They shall labor, but their ways shall not prosper, right? So whatever they desire to do is going to fail. It's not going to be profitable for them. Verse 13, to show thee such tokens I have leave. And if thou wilt pray again and weep as now and fast 7 days, thou shalt hear yet greater things. So now an angel Uriel is about to leave and go back, right? But you got to go fast 7 more days and I'll come back and give you more tokens. Verse 14, then I awake and an extreme fearfulness went through all my body and my mind was troubled so that it fainted, right? Because again, you got to imagine him being shown all of this, and this is all pertaining to our salvation. It's a lot to take in, right? It's a lot to now process. So as he's now coming to and he's trying to process all that Uriel just told him, he's bugging out to the point where he fainted, right? It says, verse 15, so the angel that was come to talk with me held me and comforted me and set me up upon my feet, right? And in the second night it came to pass that Salathiel, the captain of the people, came unto me saying, where hast thou been and why is thy countenance so heavy? So now while he's away, it's like being away, like Moses was on a mountain or Yahushua went in the wilderness. Esdras is separate from the people. He's dealing with the angel. The angel is showing them things on a high level. But now time goes by, one of his captains coming like, yo, what you doing? Where you been? Right? People wondering where the heck is going on with you and where you at. Why you look that way? Why your countenance is so heavy? It says, knowest thou not that Israel is committed unto thee in the land of their captivity? Up then and eat bread and forsake us not as the shepherd that leaveth his flock in the hands of cruel wolves. So Ezra, don't you realize that like you as our captain of the host, like you supposed to be watching out for us? Come on, man, you got to shake this thing off. Come and eat some bread and get some energy in you, and we're going to go and deal with the people. But he don't know that the angel just told him he got to fast for 7 days, but he's trying to give him some food, right? It says, verse 19, then said I unto him, go thy way from me and come not nigh me. And he heard what I said and went from me. So Esdras had to keep him apart. Listen, you got to go. Don't even come near me. I don't know what you've been dealing with, but don't come near me. I'm dealing with something right now. And the brother heard him and departed. Verse 20, so I fasted 7 days, mourning and weeping, like as Uriel the angel commanded me. And after 7 days, so it was that the thoughts of my heart were very grievous unto me. And my soul recovered the spirit of understanding, and I began to talk with the Most High again. So now after the 7 days, he's now on fasted, and he's now coming back, and he got more questions to now come and ask the Most High. Verse 23, and said, O Lord, that bearest rule of every wood of the earth, and of all the trees thereof, thou hast chosen thee one only vine, right? So now we're going to get into the favorites of the Most High, right? Favorite things that the Most High has in the earth. Of all his creations, the Most High has favorites. So he says here again in 23, and said, O Lord, thou bearest rule of every wood of the earth, and of all the trees thereof, thou hast chosen thee one only vine, right? So of all the trees, the Most High's favorite is the vine, right? He calls us his vineyard. Christ likens the kingdom of heaven to a vineyard, right? Which is the fruit of the vine. When we do the Sabbath service, prayers, that's one of the things we do. We pour out the wine, which is comes from the grapes, and we dedicate it and bless it up to the Most High, whether it's the grapes or the olives or all these things. That's what the Most High's favorite is, right? The vine, not the cedar, right? Not the willow, right? These are all great trees, but the Most High loves the fruit of the vine, and he likens us to the vine. It says, and all lands of the whole world, thou hast chosen thee one pit, right? One pit means one land, and we know that land to be Israel, right? Also subsequent, when you read in Revelation, when it talks about the bottomless pit, right? We know it's not talking about a deep hole in the middle of the earth. that you're just going to fall down into it. No, it's talking about an actual land because it's going into lands. Pit is like land. It says, and all the flowers thereof, one lily, right? So the flowers that the Lord has created, the rose, and this, that, and the third, he says the lily is his favorite. Now, the Bible also likes to compare, sometimes you see a rose, but the lily is the favorite of the Most High, right? Verse 25, of all the depths of the sea, thou hast filled thee one river, and of all builded cities, thou hast hollowed Zion unto thyself, right? So of all the rivers, you read in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, about the river that's split into 4 parts. You get the 4 parts of the river, right? The Hiddekel, the Euphrates, the Nile, all those is named, but the Jordan River is not named there, right? The Jordan River is mentioned in other precepts. That's where you know the missing river is the Jordan River. You read about that in Ecclesiasticus 24 and 26, right? The Jordan River. Remember, we crossed over to the Jordan River to get into the land of Israel, right? The Jordan River is when we came from where we were, and Joshua and them had to say, hey, we got to cross over to go conquer those lands of Ham. Then you got the half tribe of Manasseh, and I think was it Gad? Who was on the other side of Jordan? I know it was Manasseh. Can't remember who the other tribes were that said this land is great. We want to stay here, right? And they had to make an agreement that says they could keep that land only if they went over the Jordan to go fight against the Hamites, so that the rest of the tribes could get their lot, right? And the brothers was like, all right, cool, y'all can keep that, but y'all got to come fight. But now that Jordan River is what's mentioned. It is right there in the land of Israel, right? Or a portion within where we now dwell. Then you go further south, that's where you get the other rivers broken up. This says, and of all builded cities, thou hast hollowed Zion unto thyself, which is, going into Jerusalem, Mount Zion, right? It says in verse 26, and of all the fowls that are created, thou hast named thee one dove, right? So the dove of the birds is what the Most High has chosen or likened to be his favorite. And of all the cattle that are made, thou hast provided thee one sheep, right? With a likened to the lost sheep of the house of the Most High, or house of Israel. It says, and among all the multitudes of people, thou hast gotten thee one people, and unto this people thou hast loved, thou lovest, thou gavest a law that is approved of all, right? Psalms 147, 19 and 20 goes into how the Most High separated us from everybody else and gave us the law and didn't do it with nobody else, right? So Esdras is just stepping through. He's setting the table. He has a question, but he's just not coming out with the right question. He's trying to now show the Lord, which the Lord already knows, how he has already had favorites when he created them, and how he has adorned them and loved them. But now when he gets to the people, he's trying to understand of the things that you love, how could you allow this to happen, right? This is what he's trying to drive at. But he went the long route. Verse 28. And now, O Lord, why hast thou given this one people over unto many? And upon the one root hast thou prepared others? And why hast thou scattered thy only one people among many? And they which did gainsay thy promises, I don't know what this word is. It's not the same thing. And gainsay thy promises, and believest not thy covenants. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, they got some other word. And believe not thy covenants, have trodden them down. So now the root or the people that you've chosen have been given over to many, and they have not regarded your law. They've trodden us down. They've done all kind of things to us, right? They defiled the covenants. They don't want to keep what you got in our law. How is it that they over us? This is what he's driving at. Verse 30, if thou didst so much hate thy people, yet shouldest thou punish them with thine own hands, right? You'd rather get punished by the Most High than the nations. Why? Because the nations don't show no mercy. The Most High is a merciful God. He's a merciful power. He'll show us mercy. We rather have been punished by the Most High than the Most High allow the nation to punish us, because they don't show no mercy. They don't show us no favor. So that's what Esdras is asking. Why you just didn't deal with us? Verse,
2 Sabbaths ago, we read the second Samuel's very end when he counted the people.
and he said the same thing. Verse 31. Now, when I had spoken these words, the angel came to me the night before was sent unto me. And he said unto me, hear me, and I will instruct thee. Hearken to the thing that I say, and I shall tell thee more. And I said, speak on, my Lord. Then said he unto me, thou art sore troubled in mind for Israel's sake. Lovest thou that people better than he that made them? So it appears, Esdras, that you more concerned for the nation of Israel than I am, that created them. Is this the case? Right? Verse 34. And I said, no, Lord, but of very grief have I spoken. For my reins pain me every hour while I labor to comprehend the way of the Most High and to seek out part of his judgment. So in talking to Uriel, he's like, no, that's not the case. I just got a strong passion. I have a zeal for my people, and I'm trying to understand what's the intent that the Most High have for us in this captivity. How long is it going to be before we get out of it? Verse 35. And he said unto me, thou canst not. And I said, wherefore, Lord? Whereunto was I born then? Why was not my mother's womb then my grave, that I might not have seen the travail of Jacob and the worrisome toll of the stock of Israel? So he's like, you can't know it. It's impossible for you to think or comprehend on the Most High's level. This is the second time that Angel Uriel has to now kind of like pump Esdras brakes here, right? You don't try to get too high up in this thing, right? You can't know these things, right? It says in verse 36, no, Esdras got so frustrated and said, well, dang, if I can't know these things, why am I here? Why couldn't I have just died when my mother gave birth to me? I would have been stillborn. Now he's frustrated, right? It says in verse 35, and he said unto me, like 36, and he said unto me, number me the things that are not yet come, gather me together the drops that are scattered abroad, make me the flowers green again that are withered, and open me the places that are closed, and bring me forth the winds that in them are shut up. Show me the image of a voice, and then I will declare to thee the thing that thou laborest to know. Right? So everything that he just mentioned is above man's comprehension. Yeah, it's not like it's no something. It's not tangible that you can go and do, right? But the Lord had the angel say that to him to show him how man's ways and the Most High's ways is not on the same level, right? We'll never begin to ever be able to comprehend everything on the Lord's level like how he does. He's going to give us things in measure so that we can survive and move throughout in these last days in the earth. It says in verse 38, and I said, O Lord, thou bearest rule, who may know these things, but he that have not his dwelling with men. As for me, I am unwise. How may I then speak of the things whereof thou askest me? Then said he unto me, like as thou canst do none of these things that I have spoken of, even so canst thou not find out my judgment, or in the end the love that I have promised unto my people. So no man is going to have the same fervent love that the Lord has for the nation of Israel. No man is going to be able to comprehend the levels the Most High is going to chastise us because of that love, right? We are his creation, and the Lord gives us some of that emotion, right? Some of that passion, but never on to the same level that he has, right? We're never going to be able to, he's not the only one that kind of asked some of these questions. Remember, the disciples did the same thing with Christ when you read Acts, the first chapter, right? It says here in verse 41, and I said, behold, O Lord, yet art thou nigh unto them that be reserved till the end. And what shall they do that have been before me, or what that be now, or they that shall come after us? So he's thinking about what's going to happen as the generations roll on. How are they going to now deal with these set events? How are they going to know how they should now prepare themselves before the destruction comes and before certain things happen. It says, verse 42, and he said unto me, I will liken my judgment unto a ring, like as there is no slackness of the last, even so there is no swiftness of the first, right? So it's on a perfect measure that the Most High has this. You cannot cause this to happen out of course. Let's go to the 4th chapter of 2nd Esdras. 2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 35, right? Because this is the same thing we mentioned in the previous chapter. 2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 35 says, did not the souls also of the righteous ask question of these things in their chambers, saying, how long shall I hope on this fashion? When cometh the fruit of the floor of our reward? And unto these things, Uriel, the archangel gave them answer and said, even when the number of seeds is filled in you, for he hath weighed the world in the balance. By measure hath he measured the times, and by number that he hath numbered the times. And he doth not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled. So that's what he's saying. The swiftness for the last or the first, it's going to go according to the measure or the dispensation of the Most High, how he's aligned it. So that's what he's saying here in verse 42. I'll read it again. And he said unto me, I will liken my judgment unto a ring, like as there is no slackness of the last, even so there is no swiftness of the first. If it seems that things is going slow, it's because it's how the Most High aligned it. There's certain things that have to happen in their time before you get to the next one, right? You're not going to speed up the kingdom, right? Because the prophecies have to happen. These tokens have to take their effect.
It's interesting. The ring is an image. You don't know where it starts and stops.
Exactly.
It's kind of that image they always show, like in shows. It comes from like the mythology called the old forest, the snake. It's unfatal. Just keeps doing it.
So now, on, it says verse 43. So I answered and said, couldst thou not make those that have been made and be now, and that are for to come at once, that thou mayest show thy judgment sooner? So he's trying to make this happen faster. Couldn't you make those that you created, right, from the 6th day, everybody come out at once, right? Because what he's thinking is, if everybody come up on the earth at one time, then everything will happen all at one time. And thousands of years could be now just drawn into maybe months or maybe a year, because everything gonna get sped up, right? But it says in verse 44, then answered he me and said, the creature may not haste above the maker, neither may the world hold them at once that shall be created therein, right? So the creature can't force the Most High's hand to now speed things up according to his will or desires. Subsequently, these things that have been set in place, they all can't come into earth and happen at one time. We just read it has to happen in measure, right? It'll be out of course if everything happened at one time or all the spirits came at one time. It can't be that way. Verse 45. And I said, as thou hast said unto thy servant, that thou which givest life to all, and hast given life at once to the creature that thou hast created, and the creature beareth, even so it might now also bear them that now be present at once. Most High, you could do whatever, right? You can allow the earth to bear everything at one time. You're the omnipotent power. You can do these things, right? So he's still trying to, convince the Most High to speed up the prophecies. Verse 46. And he said unto me, ask the womb of a woman and say unto her, if thou bringest forth children, why dost thou it not together, but one after another? Pray her therefore to bring forth 10 children at once. So now go to a woman. The way you're thinking as far as for how I should bring these things, bring these spirits and these prophecies all on the earth, I'm likening it to like a woman. Go ask her if she can now, if she got triplets, quadruplets, quintuplets, sextuplets, whatever. She has all these children in her stomach, in her womb. Have her bring them all forth at one time, right? Pray her to do it. Beg her to do it, right? See if it's possible. Verse 47. And I said she cannot, but must do it by distance of time. One has to come after another, right? Whether minutes, 30 minutes, an hour later, children are going to come forth, right? That's how the Lord has it in his course. Verse 48. Then said he unto me, even so have I given the womb of the earth to those that be sown in it in their times. So the Lord has said that our salvation that's coming, I forget what the chapter is. I think it's in the New Testament and Old Testament. It's like the travail of a woman, right? Our salvation is like the travail of a woman. So the same way the woman has pains and contractions, and now when the child is delivered, it comes out one. If she has multiple, one after another, it's the same thing that the Most High has in this course, where these prophecies, these tokens have to happen one after another. First Thessalonians 5:3. You can read that real quick, Baba Kushai.
First Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 3. When they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon womb of child, and they shall not escape.
Right. So this is the children of darkness, right? We're the children of light. When they shall say peace and safety, we got y'all. We're going to pass laws. We're going to get weapons. We're going to do different things to protect everybody. But you ain't got to worry about what's coming. But when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them like a woman in travail, right? About to bring childbirth. So the Lord has now given you both sides, the destruction of the wicked, but the salvation of the righteous. And it's likened to a woman in travail. So him giving him this comparison here is the same similitude. It has to happen one after another. These tokens, these prophecies have to come one after another, right? Let's go back. 2nd Esdras chapter 5 and verse 48. Then said he unto me, even so have I given the womb of the earth to those that be sown in it in their times. Verse 49. For like as a young child may not bring forth the things that belong to the aged, even so have I disposed the world which I created. Right? So now certain things, like how you read, I think it's in 1 Corinthians, the 5th chapter, how certain creatures or certain spirits have their own glory, right? A young child can't do what a child of age can, right? Like a young girl who's like 7 years old, she can't bring forth children. She can't birth children. Or a young kid go and have a child, like a boy, to go and impregnate a woman and have a child. He's not fully developed yet. So that's what it says here. It says, for like as a young child may not bring forth the things that belong to the age or even wisdom, right? Because he's too young. He has not been filled up yet. It says, even so have I disposed the world which I created. Some things have to wait until time goes by and you get to the last, and now it's of age. We're in the of age time now, where these things are now starting to happen that didn't happen back then. Verse 50. And I asked and said, seeing thou hast now given me the way, I will proceed to speak before thee. For our mother, of whom thou hast told me that she is young, draweth now nigh unto her age. And he answered me and said, ask a woman that beareth children, and she shall tell thee. Say unto her, wherefore are not they whom thou hast now brought forth like those that were before, but less of stature? So now he's still comparing the things that was now back in the day, comparing it to people who are now giving birth and children. A woman who's of her youth, right? That's why they usually tell you when you are ready to have children when you're young, right? Because now that's when it's the strong. That's when you have the opportunity to bring forth good children. But now an aged woman, they say once you start getting a certain age, you might have complications. You might not be able to bear children and bring them in a time that they need to be brought in or have full strength, right? So now as you get older in age, you start having children, you may not be the same. So it compares them and says they're going to be of less stature from when you have someone when you're younger, you're 19, 20 something years old. You start getting up there, not to say that you can't have them, But it's now showing that it might be a little bit more complicated. Hence, why when you look at Abraham and Sarah, Sarah lied. Me have a child? I'm past the age of bearing children. It's impossible. But the Most High performed the miracle on Sarah so that she can have children. But in normal consideration, this is now the dynamics of what happens. So the angel Uriel is bringing this out as a point. Verse 53, and she shall answer thee, they that be born in the strength of youth are of one fashion, and they that are born in the time of age, when the womb faileth, are otherwise. Consider thou therefore also how that ye are of less stature than those that were before you. Right? So now as time goes on, we lose our strength. We lose our power. Not only us, even the earth, especially as iniquities increase. The earth doesn't yield its strength like it did back in ancient times, right? We don't have the same force like we did. Now, pay attention to what Esdras is doing, right? He's getting all his wisdom. What is the angel having him do every now and again? When the angel leaves, what is he having Esdras do? Fast. For how long? A week, 7 days, right? He's not saying, yo, 7 days? Come on, man, that's too much. We're going to fast for 7 days, right? But those men back then, they were able to fast for 40 days, 7 days, and it wasn't a problem. We be sitting up here talking about the Day of Atonement. Dang, a whole 24 hours? I can't eat, I can't drink. I don't know if I can do that. That's going to be hard. Start practicing now. Start doing liquid diets and build yourself up. We now so weak that a day is hard as I don't know what to do. He was doing 7-day fasts, right? And when you look at it in its totality, he did 3 7-day fasts, 3 of them, right? He didn't complain. He didn't say, yo, this is crazy. He was in his strength back then. Now we start to get age. We start to lose our power and age, like you don't live as long. Death is more rampant. Our spirit is not the same as it was back then, right? So now he's comparing that. Even Esdras, forget us, Esdras. Even you, Esdras, you're not of the same stature as they that was before you, right? That's what he was telling him. He did 7, Moses did 40. And most people are like, come on, man, that's just figuring. Moses really did fast for 40 days, man. Nobody can fast for 40 days, right? 40 days, you die after probably the 3rd day. 3 days, you're gonna die. You know he didn't really do that. The Bible is just all as a story. It should inspire you. I believe the Bible. No, these men was in their strength. As time went on, we lost stature, we lost strength. The earth, right? The food that we have is now all degraded, right? We gotta get the kingdom to come back. We gotta allow the earth to rest and replenish itself and put the law so that everything gains its strength now. That's why we gotta be changed. We're not gonna walk into the kingdom the way we are right now. We're not gonna walk in with this stature, this body. It gotta be changed. It won't last. It won't sustain itself. The Lord gotta change us mentally and physically so that we can go back to our natural essence. Right? So that's what he's now alluding to here when he's talking with Esdras. So now when he puts into the framework of what we're dealing with the tokens, these things now have to happen to the age. Can't happen right now, Esdras. You're not going to get this happening right now. It happens at that time. So he's using 2 different connotations about youth and age, and as far as for how the dispensation of time happens with these tokens of these prophecies.
The 8 powers.
Say again?
The 8 powers fulfilled, didn't he?
Who? Esdras?
Yeah.
Just now?
Didn't he tell me the 8 flowers?
No, right now he just said fast. He didn't say nothing. He didn't read nothing about no flowers.
So what was it, the previous chapter?
Probably was the previous chapter. But in this one, he just fasted.
Okay.
He's going to talk about that too.
It makes me think of the verse brothers always talk about when they go spy out the promised land. They came back and said to the 4 men that carried like 1 cluster of grapes.
Yeah, 1 cluster of grapes. They had to hold it on a branch and hold it between them. Right? You know how the people do like a pig roast and they got it on a branch. And they had to do a cluster of grapes that way. That's when the earth was in its youth. Now, when you now becomes a sin and iniquity, it's getting age now. The Most High got to revitalize the earth. They got to purge, right? That judgment that's coming when the missiles and everything happen, that's fire is a purging element, right? You use that to purge food, purge different things, purge sin, right? That got to happen. The angel's going to have to come to now fix up this earth, man.
Yeah, you never seen the county fairs where they have the giant watermelons? Growing huge.
I see so-called giant watermelons in the supermarkets. You like, man, what the heck?
That's what I'm talking about. Like as big as this table.
Probably so, but then what kind where they get them from?
I mean, this is like a competition they have,
Right?
where who can grow the biggest vegetable, who grow the biggest fruit, and these things are massive.
Right. And
But
they,
it's on GMO.
I was about to say, yeah, they
It's modified on-
splicing up the seed, they adding this in there, chemicals and all that. Yeah.
That's probably why the Giants was big. Giant grapes.
No, they was made that way. They were made that way, right? These quote unquote giants were men. When Joshua went into Jericho, they said who they saw in the land of Jericho was the Philistines, the Jebusites. These was the sons of Ham. They said, "Look, man, these guys are tall. We like ants," right? So when people read those verses, they think it's literal. Like all this that we read right now, a lot of this is figurative, right? Blood dripping out of wood. It's not talking about the actual blood dropping. I was talking about the destruction that's coming. So when you read some of the things, you got to be able to draw the understanding out of what they're saying. And Joshua knew what was up. He knew that they was lying. They was afraid of the doggone Hamites. They wanted to go fight against the Hamites. But they described them as being like, they was like ants amongst these giants. It was like grasshoppers, the water, right? But they were of tall stature. Like you can actually get the actual stature. If you go and do the math, you can go see how tall Goliath actually is, right? You can't sit there and let somebody hypothesize and say, yeah, he was about 100 feet tall, and this, that, and the third. No, use the scriptures and get the cubits and get the size, and you can see exactly how tall he was. Not only him, but others that was there at that time, right? Then you go and look at today's time, you still got men that's of a tall stature, that's 7'9", things of that nature. Like 7'9", yeah, he like 8 feet. I think someone over in the middle, over in Asia, I think it's like 8'2". He don't play no sports. He's 8'2", right? But now let's go back. Let's go back. Second Esdras chapter 5 and verse 54 again. Consider thou therefore also how that ye are of a less stature than those that were before you, and so are they that come after you less than ye, as the creatures which now begin to be old have passed over the strength of youth. Then said I, Lord, I beseech or beg thee, if I have found favor in thy sight, show thy creature by whom thou visited thy creature, right? So now he's asking for a lot of things. Servants, like, oh, it says, show thy servant by whom thou hast visited thy creature. So now if you remember, what was it that he said, asked, oh, we didn't get there yet. It's coming in verse chapter 6. It's going to be a point where Esdras is going to ask a specific poignant question that another group also asked, right? But he's continuing to now pump the Most High for a lot of information. As it may appear that he's trying to be on a Most High's level, for those of us that's reading it, we kind of applaud Esdras right now, because he's through his questions and through his persistence, he's getting so much crucial information through the angel Uriel that now for us in these last days, we can now fulfill or line it up with the prophecies that have already come to pass or those that are about to come to pass, right? Because they're now starting to line up. But now, 2 Esdras chapter 6, verse 1. And he said unto me, in the beginning when the earth was made, before the borders of the world stood, or ever the winds blew, before it thundered and lightened, or ever the foundation of paradise were laid, before the fair flowers were seen, or ever the movable powers were established, before the innumerable multitude of angels were gathered together, or ever the heights of the air were lifted up, before the measure of the firmament were named, or ever the chimneys of Sion were hot, and ere the present years were sought out, or ever the inventions of them that now sin were turned, before they were sealed that have gathered their faith for a treasure. Right? That's an interesting verse. I like that verse there because what it shows you is that when it speaks about before they were sealed that have gathered faith for a treasure. So this is past tense, right? Past tense from Esdras' time. So there's certain people, when you read in Revelation chapter 7 about the sealing of the 12 tribes, they got to get sealed in their foreheads. Talking about this truth got to be in their foreheads. There are certain men that have already been sealed before they came back in the regeneration, before they came back in the so-called, they didn't have to do anything. They don't know that they didn't have to do anything, but they were already sealed. Like Daniel was already sealed. Noah was already sealed, but Noah came back in the regeneration, right? Daniel came back in the regeneration. These righteous men, some of us have already been sealed, and some still have to be sealed before the last trump. So the Lord has now amassed all of this knowledge and information about how everything is going to work in its time. Then it says, then did I consider these things, and they all were made through me alone and through none other. By me also they shall be ended, and by none other. Right? I have made it. It's so intricate how the Most High has caused certain prophecies and events to either overlap with one another, be intertwined with one another, like this thing now, Pacific, like it's so, you can't even fathom or understand how the Lord has done it, because these are our experiences, right? These are our now actual events that we see happening, but they're so intertwined on a small level and on a global level to now fulfill our destiny. So it says, verse 7, then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth? This is a direct question, right? What is going to be the parting asunder of the times? Meaning, when everyone's kingdom's done and we rule, what's going to be that point? What's going to be that time, Most High? Or it says, or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth? What day? What thing is going to trigger when they're done? Right? I want to get it specifically. So now it says in verse 8, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. Right? We all know this. What is it talking about? Genesis 25, 26, right? In the womb, Jacob's heel held first Esau, right? And that was it, right? And mentioned that, but he didn't go into anything over there, right? He just mentioned it, and then you kind of hypothesize about it. Yeah, like if a woman had twins and now she's giving birth, and as the child is coming out, and then this, hey, it's your first child, the baby's hand is on his heel as it's coming out, right? Or he sees the heel. It probably like off that foot. Huh? No, this is because remember, when you read the prophecy in 21, it says, what were they doing? They was fighting. Now, let's consider that. The Most High is telling Rebecca, right? This is not Rebecca thinking about these things. She's like, why are they struggling? But then he goes and the Lord expounds upon why they are going through these things in her womb. They fighting and struggling. Why are they fighting and struggling? Because these two babies, these two progenitors of nations are going to hold the world in the balance, right? It's all predicated on them. It ain't, Babylon, Moab, the Japhetic nations, the Persians, they all had their time to rule. But ultimately, it's really between Jacob and Esau. That's really what it boils down to, right? So now as they're going through, she's sitting there like, yo, what the heck is going on in my stomach? So she had to go ask the Most High. It wasn't something that was going on in her mind. This was physically happening. So now with this in mind, she now had to question, why did this event happen in my womb? Why did this now occur? So now what Esdras is about to get is the understanding behind what happened with Jacob and Esau. Hold that, go to Hosea chapter 12.
I understand that. I was just saying that Jacob is physically.
Yes. Hosea chapter 12. So this is Hosea chapter 12 and verse 2. So Hosea chapter 12 and 2, it says, the Lord hath also a controversy with Judah, and will punish Jacob according to his ways, according to his doings, what he recompense him. He took his brother by the heel in the womb, and by his strength he hath power with God. Right? So now when even here during the time of Hosea, the Most High is now giving further understanding of what happened during the time of Genesis, the 25th chapter, with Rebekah and Jacob and Esau in her womb. So it's been even further signified that he held on to his brother's heel in the womb. And he did what? Gained power by the Most High in strength. So now here Esdras is now getting more further clarification about the significance of that hand holding on to Esau's heel. Jacob is going to be, Israel is going to be the one that's going to pull him down. That's going to now succeed into the kingdom, right? It's not going to be Moab. It's not going to be anybody else. The Lord has said of all these other nations that probably came before or even after, don't matter. It's dealing with those two. And the one that's going to come after is the one that's going to rule, right? So now when you go back and you reread it again in the second Esdras chapter 6 and verse 8, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, and when Jacob and Esau were born, the Lord could have did it with Isaac and Ishmael, but he didn't do it with Isaac and Ishmael, right? He said it's going to go to Jacob and Esau. He says, were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heels of Esau, for Esau is the end of the world. So that significance of now holding on to his heel, Esau is the end of wickedness, the end of perdition, the end of sin. Jacob is going to be the one that's going to pull him down and be the thing that's going to follow after. It says, and the beginning of it that followeth, right? What's the it that followeth? Our kingdom. That's going to endure forever and ever, right? It says the hand of man is betwixt the heel and the hand. Other question, Esdras, asked thou not, right? So it is the strength or the power of man was in that grip, was in that pulling down of Esau's heel. Now, he asked for the specific parting asunder of time, right? He wanted to know what specific thing was going to lead to that. The angel said, the other question, don't ask that. Don't ask about that right there. Why? Right? Go to Acts chapter 1. Go to Acts chapter 1. Acts chapter 1, verse 6. So Acts chapter 1 and verse 6 says, when they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? Right? When the kingdom is restored to Israel, that's when our redemption and our salvation is going to take place. That's what they was asking. Same thing Esdras is asking. Are you going to give us the kingdom right now? Right? Verse 7, and he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power, but ye shall receive power from the Holy Ghost after the Holy Ghost is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost parts of the earth. So it is not meant for you to know the actual time and the seasons to a specific degree. Only the Father knows that, right? How do we know only the Father? Because Matthew chapter 24 and verse 26, the Hawashah emphasizes on it. He says, but of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven. Uriel is one of the 7 archangels of the Most High, right? He don't know. Don't even ask me, Esdras. Don't ask any other questions specifically about that, because only the Most High. Then it says, but my Father only. Even Yahushua don't know, right? Even Christ himself don't know, the only begotten. So we got to wait when the Most High is ready to determine when that time is, then it is. So don't go further into that. You can ask some other stuff, but that right there, there's no answer for that. I don't know. The Son don't know, only the Father.
Oh, I had a precept. Daniel 7:18. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom, to possess the kingdom forever and ever and ever.
Exactly. The saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom, right? This goes into that hand on his heel, pulling him down. Who's going to be the one that's going to be the beginning of it that followeth? The saints, right? Matter of fact, I think is another precept in that same chapter. You said you read 7:18. Read Daniel 7 and 27.
Daniel 7, verse 27. And the kingdom and the dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under heaven shall be given to people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominion shall serve and obey him.
All dominion shall serve and obey him. The bird shall come and nest in the branches of that mustard tree, right? That's what Yahushua was showing us in the parable. That's what Daniel is showing us now here as a judgment that's going to come. All nations got to come and obey the people of the saints of the Most High, right? In the kingdom. So now when we're reading about the significance about Jacob and Esau, that's what it's alluding to. So when you got the news and you got these politicians and you got these people hypothesizing on the potential downfall of Esau or this kingdom and who's can rise up, notice none of them is mentioning us. None of them never mention us. They'll never say, hey, it could be the slaves that we brought over here that built up almost every kingdom. Did you ever think about that? From Egypt up to now, the Greeks, the Romans, they were the real vitality force that really built up and sustained their empires. They never think that it's going to be us, right? But the Most High showed us then that this was the significant sign that was going to come later on in the last day. Go to Proverbs chapter 29. Proverbs chapter 29. And verse 2. Proverbs 29 and 2. Gabar, read that real quick, Barbara Kushar.
All right. Book of Proverbs, chapter 29 and verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn.
Right. So when the righteous, us, when we get in authority in that day, everybody's going to rejoice because we're not going to do the same thing Esau and the previous nations have done in their rulership, right? There's rules to us in how we rule in the kingdom. They don't have no, they can just do whatever they want. But when the wicked are in authority, people mourn. There's a lot of destruction and despair that now happens all throughout the earth, right? But that heel is going to get pulled down. One more, go to Job chapter 14. Job chapter 14 and verse 5. The book of Job chapter 14 verse 5. And it reads, it says, seeing his days are determined, the number of his months are with thee. Thou hast appointed his bounds that he cannot pass. Right? So the Most High, that time is determined with the Most High. It's not with man. And he's not disposing that to any of us so that we know. He now has a set time when certain things is up and it's done. Right? And when that happens, then he's going to let the angels and let Yahushua come down to reap the judgment on the earth. But those months and times is determined only with the Most High. Go to Luke chapter 21. Luke chapter 21 and verse 24. Luke chapter 21 and verse 24. So it reads, it says, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Right? So that's physical. The physical land is trodden down of the Gentiles, but it really means us, the people. We have been trodden down by the Gentiles for a long period of time, and it's still happening today. But now, once the Most High, that time that has been appointed has been met, that's it. He's not going to do any more trodden down. He ain't going to do no more killing. He ain't going to do no more raping. He ain't going to do no more robbing. It's over. Then the signal is going to be given to the angels in Yahushua to come and now bring forth judgment. And that's it. It's over. Right? So that's what it is. The times of the Gentiles has not been fulfilled yet. Who knows what that fulfillment is? We don't know. We don't know what last sin they're going to do. That's just going to be it. Right? Who knows what that thing is, man? Only the Lord. Right? When they go and they take that land over there, or they go shoot that rocket and it kills those 300 people, or they go past that law and that law now causes everybody. We don't know what that one sin is that's going to get fulfilled, or somebody is going to happen, and then that's just going to cause current events. Now, the Lord don't want to tell us because he wants us to do what? Why doesn't the Lord want to give us a specific day and time? Right. He wants us to stay in the ways of the scriptures.
He wants us to stay on top of our game. So we're like, what is he coming? 2 years from now? I got time.
Exactly. Exactly. Right? We are people, we'll do just that. If there was a specific time, if we knew 2027, right? 2027 in the month of September, on the 18th day of September in the morning, right? Jacob said, I got about 4 years to wild out, right? And then about three months later, I'm gonna go repent. I'm gonna repent, man. I'm gonna fast, right? I'm gonna be at the class every day. I'm getting everything on point, man. I ain't having nobody coming to my house no more. Y'all, listen, no more parties. I want to become pure, holy, right? That's what everybody would do. But the Most High Yahushua said, nah, I ain't letting nobody know. I'm gonna come like a thief in the night. You gotta always be on point, right? I don't want you to slack. I don't want you to procrastinate. I want you to get this now, so that when that time happens or any of these pockets happen, you are always protected. Because even until that time happens, the Most High has these things happening, and you want to be protected from that. You want to be protected from the pestilence. You want to be protected from the earthquakes, right? The Lord can now see the honor on you or that spirit on you and say, nah, don't have it happen yet. Manashah is there. Just like how he did with Lot. Don't rain down fire and brimstone yet. We got to get him out of there. Go get him out of there. And you get out of there, all right, now you can go do it. Right? That's how the Lord operates. He'll remove the righteous out of danger and bring in the wicked.
Isaiah 51 and 20. Thus saith thy Lord.
You said 58 and 20?
1 and 22.
Okay. 51 and 22 Isaiah?
Yeah.
All right. Kind of good.
Thus saith thy Lord, the Lord and thy God, that pleaseth the cause of his people. Behold, I have taken out of thy hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury. Thou shalt no more drink it again, but I will put it into the hand of them that afflict thee, which have said to bow down, we may go over, and thou hast laid thy body in the ground, and as the street to them that went over. Will they stand?
Okay.
He took the cup. That time that this is going to happen, you know, he took the cup out of us. He ain't going to be persecuted. He won't put it on them, other nations.
Right. So that was Isaiah chapter 51 and verse 22 to 23. For those that have done those things to us, now it's going to change, and now it's going to come upon them, right? Galatians 6 and 7. You reap what you sow, right? So that's kind of what exactly that's going into. And it's figures the way it says, which have said to thy soul, bow down that we may go over, and thou hast laid thy body as the ground and as the street to them, right? We became subservient to them. We bowed down to them. We were forced to bow down to them. Now it's going to be turned the other way, right? They're going to have to come and do the same thing to us in our glory. All right. So now let's go back to 2 Esdras chapter 6. And we have verse 11 now. Again, that was Isaiah chapter 51, 22, and 23 that he just read. So 2 Esdras chapter 6 and 11, it says, and I answered then and said, O Lord, that thou bearest rule, if I have found favor in thy sight, I beseech thee, show thy servant the end of thy tokens, whereof thou showest me part the last night. So he answered and said unto me, stand upon thy feet and hear a mighty sounding voice. And it shall be as it were a great motion, but the place where thou standest shall not be moved. And therefore, when it speaketh, be not afraid, for the word is of the end, and the foundation of the earth is understood. So just bear in mind, you know, Esdras and Daniel and certain prophets, when they was getting this prophecy of these visions, they were greatly moved or stirred up. But he's trying to prepare them. Said, listen, this is going to be for the end time. It's now showing you what's going to happen in the last days. It's not for now, right? It says in 16, and why? Because the speech of these things trembleth and is moved, for it knoweth that the end of these things must be changed, right? So now it's a big deal. The way now the motion and the voice is coming out is because in these last days, there's so much wickedness that's going on that things gotta change. So much so that, who was it that made that song? A change gonna come, right? Was it Sam Cooke? Sam Cooke made that song, and it's a proliferate song now that people always play that song when you start watching tunes. They're showing you our afflictions and atrocities. These things must be changed, man. These things that's going on these last days, they gotta stop, right? Now you got 7-year-olds who say, yeah, abort. I'm a girl. He's 7. Where did he get that from? Where did she get that from? You look, it's being taught in schools now. You leave your children, go to the school system, elementary school, first, second, third grade. You got Edomites who are complaining and petitioning that the context of these books is down in the Bible Belt, of course, is out of whack. How are they teaching our kids? You got some kids reading certain things that I wouldn't even say right now on the live stream. They're reading it in front of the board of administration of what's in their books. How they're explicit with the sexual connotations, right? Trying to promote these things. Now they've gone a generation younger. Before they were targeting like, the 18, 19, 20-year-olds, 17-year-olds with music and certain movies and things of that nature. Now they say, man, we got to start earlier than that. We got to go down into the elementary and the grade schools and get them there. So now all your Barney, I don't even know if they still got Barney, all those type shows that they have, they're introducing this type of spirit to them there, right? In the books, in the movies, right? You're taking your kids, I got to get them out the house, right? They just tearing the house up. I got to get them out the house. We're going to go see the new movie. And you told her to see the new movie, and you watch it like, hold on, this is you looking at your guys, you understand what they just said? Because now you process it, and it's like, this is too deep for a child to be even seeing. But the repetition of these things, they're going to get it, right? A child, a 7-year-old, 6-year-old, 8-year-old, they're going to pick it up like that. You got 1, 2-year-old babies that know how to operate cell phones and know how to swipe left, right. They know how to do all this stuff. So you can't think that they're not smart and saying that they're going to target these younger children with this madness. Things got to get changed. So when the angel was prepping Uriel, he said, listen, man, this is for the end. But it's crazy as I don't know what. It's all kind of things going on. It's going to stir things up. This got to happen, right? But be prepared. Don't faint anymore. Don't faint anymore. Because if you got all this stuff happening at you at one time, I can imagine it'll cause you to bug out. But now going reading on in verse, what did I leave off at? Verse 17. It says, and it happened that when I heard it, I stood upon my feet and hearkened, and behold, there was a voice that spake, and the sound of it was like the sound of many waters, like you did in Revelation with Yahushua. And it said, behold, the days come that I will begin to draw nigh and to visit them that dwell upon the earth. And I will begin to make inquisition of them, what they be that have hurt unjustly with their unrighteousness, and when the affliction of Sion shall be fulfilled, right? So the Lord is now coming to judge because of sin and iniquity, but the undertone is also to go and judge those nations for what they did to the Lord's children, what they have imposed upon Zion, right? Go to chapter 15 of 2nd Esdras. 2nd Esdras chapter 15. And verse 20. 2nd Esdras chapter 15 and verse 20. It says, behold, said God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and from Libanus, to turn themselves one against another and repay the things that they have done to them, like as they do yet this day unto my chosen, so will I do also and recompense in their bosom. Thus saith the Lord God. Right? So the things that they've done in the earth, the Most High not complaining about what Babylon or Esau did to Moab. He ain't complaining about what they did to Ham. He's really upset about what they did to us as a people because we're the Lord's chosen, right? We're his fervent lover. We're his peculiar people. And they've misused us, taken our land. And I mean, when you start going into history, that's why it's good to understand the origins of some of the so-called holidays and memorials that they have, right? When you go into these memorials and you understand the significance behind it, you're like, yo, I can't believe that they made a monument of this. That's why during 2020 to 2021, when the Black Lives Matter movement spirit was out there and they caught the eye of certain people, they said, oh man, we got to give them something so that this spirit can quench. So what do? They allow people to start tearing down these statues and these monuments, right? Because it was built on the wickedness of murder, robbery, and rape of our people and our ancestors. So in Philly, in New York, and all these different places, what did they start doing? Start pulling down these statues. Start pulling them down, right? They start changing the names of certain places, certain military bases. The names has been changed now because the people that they were honoring were murderers, right? But the Lord he still said, I'm going to recompense to you what you've done to my children. Just because they pulled down a monument doesn't make it good, right? Even if they was going to, I think it was several months ago, they was talking about they was going to give Californians reparation. It was giving them millions of dollars, things of that nature. Simple Jake would say, yes. That sums up the 400 years of Babylon. That amount of money is it. We ain't got to worry about nothing else. You good now. We'll never talk about this again, right? But the Most High is not like man. The Most High said, okay, you can't go and recompense the Most High. You could probably go and deceive man, but what are you going to say? Can the nations go and barter with the Most High so that the Most High don't come and recompense them in their bosom what they've done to his chosen? There's nothing you can do. Nothing they can do, right? It is what it is. The Most High's word don't go out void. These prophecies will have to come into effect.
Yeah, it was on the news. A couple of things on the news. One about I think they're gonna put a monument up until like that's supposed to do something.
Mm-hmm.
She's still
For hope. For didn't she die?
She's still walking around, and they have they have one arrest they claim you can't find.
So they can't find her. So she tried to keep a little profile, but she's still alive.
And they know
They find her in the early 90s.
They put my stop and exactly where I live.
And the two who did the killing, I mean, they let him live 90 years old before they died young.
Yeah, they got
Yeah, she died in April. Yeah, she died in April this year. Yeah, because I remember.
And our black people down there clapping like this is something great.
They claim that
All they doing is
they claim that
she did
that the woman she claimed that she was ready, saying that he whistled at her, that she saying that she knew that it was going to happen like that.
That's what they say. I didn't. You know, you got a cell phone recording could have just been easy. Everybody got. Yeah, they could have got that on recording, but. Nobody was on.
our black people just clapping. They just gonna put up a statue how they tortured them until they in there clapping like that's something great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put the you know, it's like a memorial that this is man that asked, you know.
God.
You know what I'm saying? One way you can look at it.
All right, let's come back. Let's say that for after the service. So let's finish up We left off, we're back in 2nd Esdras chapter 6. We have verse 20. Second Esdras 6 and 20. Pardon me. It says, and when the world that shall begin to vanish away shall be finished, then will I show these tokens. The book shall be opened before the firmament, and they shall see all together. And the children of a year old shall speak with their voices. The women with child shall birth forth untimely children of 3 or 4 months old, and they shall live and be reared up. Right. So now, this is when you look at this prophecy here, it could be both physical, literal, and spiritual, because you have accounts where you have babies that are born premature of 3 and 4 months old that have lived, right? I think they have a record of what the oldest or the most premature baby that was born, and I don't know if it was 3 months or 4 months, but they have, somebody can Google it, they have an account of a baby that was born and that survived and lived, right? I don't know if it lived to be an adult, but like, you know, when you have a premature baby, the likeliness of it surviving is minimal, right? I know personally my oldest was premature, 6 months, fit in my hand, right? But now when you go to 3 and 4 months, it's even difficult, because now you got to look at the development of the organs, right? Your lungs, your heart, you know, all these things now have to develop past certain trimesters. Now, if you don't have that, the time for you or the opportunity to live is very short, right? It's very slim. But prophecy says some will in that day. But like I said, some of them have been able to go and sustain themselves in these last days. The children of a year old shall speak with their voices. To go literal into as far as for, you know, you got babies that now are articulate enough to speak clearly, right? You're like, look at that. Like, put him on look at that boy. I can't believe he out there counting numbers and he reading books and things like that. But now on a spiritual level, because we know that when we come into truth, when you come into the Bible, when you come into your purpose, it's like you're starting all over, right? It's like now you becoming of age. So now you'll have people say, yes, I'm 4 years old. I've been in the truth for 4 years. I've been what Christ told Nicodemus, born again, right? He didn't physically have to go up into his mother's womb, but it was spiritual, where he now came out and then now needs to relearn who he is, right? Relearn, you know, what's right from wrong. And then once you get that knowledge, then you can go out there and then you can go and speak and teach and do certain things, right? So, and back in the day, you know, you was in the truth for about a year or so before you was out there speaking and teaching. Now, with the way technology is, you got brothers that be checking out YouTube videos and they be pounding it. And they be out there teaching within a few months, right? They out there breaking down John 3, they breaking down Deuteronomy, they breaking down Isaiah, they breaking down Revelations 2 and 9. They out there speaking these truths and trying to get themselves sealed, right? So some of these prophecies are twofold. It has a duality nature into it, where some of it could be literal because these things is actually happening, but then there's an aspect of a spiritual connotation when it comes to the rising up of us as a people in these last days. You can see both sides. It says in verse 22, and suddenly shall the sown places appear unsown, the full storehouses shall suddenly be found empty. So this goes back to what we was reading back in verse 3 in the 5th chapter, where it says, and the land that thou seest to have root thou shalt see wasted suddenly. This is going into that. Well, now the times are going to change, right? Things are going to start dying off. Malls is gone. When I grew up, man, that's what we hung out at, the mall. Now the mall is going away. Everything is on Amazon, right? Or Etsy or whatever the heck all these platforms. If you want some, it's on Amazon. I just go here. So you're not going out anymore. And it's becoming so treacherous that some people don't want to go out, right? Because to go in the supermarket, I put my life in things. I don't know somebody coming with an assault rifle. So now you can order your groceries on your phone and they deliver it right to your house, right? So now the time is changing where the Most High has fashioned it to where now people becoming more secluded and bugged out in the mind. But now what happens when the storehouses become barren? The prices get jacked up, right? Where the supply is low, demand is high, the inflation start increasing, then you start now really understanding what it means to be in a strait. So then that's when you read in the previous chapter that those who was once friends now going to become enemies, right? I was cool with you before. You was borrowing sugar. I was giving you some sugar. You make sure you give me a slice of that cake when you make it, right? Now it ain't about me borrowing sugar. I'm trying to come take everything you got because I don't have nothing. I ain't got no job, right? My wife left me, right? My kids out there running around. I'm going crazy over here. What is that in was it Ecclesiastes? Oppression maketh a wise man mad, right? When you oppressed, when you are now in a situation where you can't see the end, what are you going to do? You're going to go crazy. You're going to go buck wild. You're going to do whatever your mind says. And that's why we read that incontinency is going to now be rampant in the last days. You have no self-control, right? You know that's not the right thing to do. So what? I'm going to go do it, right? Your mind, that devil that's on the left-hand side is going to tell you, man, just go take it. Go take it. You need that. Why he got to have that and not you, right? You start thinking of all these thoughts, right? When you look at some of the people that's out there in the streets, sometimes I got to sit back and I got to just think about like, yo, what is going through their mind for them to do that, to act that way, right? Sometimes I'll be watching videos and stuff like that. They say, yo, watch a video on mute. Don't even listen to the music. Just put it on mute one day and just look at them. You like, yo, they look like damn fools, man. Like, and then you listen to the music and you listen to the words, you're like, oh, this is ridiculous. They got, I don't know what the heck is it Trippy Red? Is it Trippy Red or whatever? I think it's a girl. Some Trippy Sexy Red. Oh my gosh. That song is like you say this, you can put that on mute and look at what she's doing. You like, yo, another some acting ratchet. But then you unmute it and you listen to the words. You say, yeah, man, this is one of those menstruous monsters right here. that one right there is a menstruous monster. And they just popping up. What's the sister that was with Puffy? She now all her stuff, she's just now bearing all. No, she's a singer. She's a lesbian. Janelle Monáe, right? Before I knew she was lesbian. I'm like, okay, Janelle Monáe is this. She seems to be okay. Maybe she got opportunity. Now, oh man, she's like ratchet. She's another. Would you say sexy red, tricky red? She's like her. Every video she's out bearing it all, this and that. I'm like, yo, and it's bad because she promoted a certain image at one point, which a lot of the celebrities do. They give you something in the beginning. Rihanna did it, Beyonce did it, and all of a sudden it's a shift change, right? And then those who now were followers of them now follow that now because this is making her successful. It's making him successful. So I'm going to do the exact same thing. That's how I prosper in the world, right? I want to be like them. But now when you look at what they're saying, like if you digest what they're doing and what they're saying, you say to yourself, man, this is bugged out, right? But sometimes we don't pay attention. We don't really stop to smell the flowers and the roses, as they say. We just going and going and going, and music's coming on, it got a good beat, yeah, and you bop to it, or this movie look good, and you're like, yo, that made me feel so good inside. You don't check to hear the message. The message will destroy you. Somebody give me Micah 2 and 10 real quick. Micah 2 and 10. Who was in the car? Oh, he was like, what the heck? Who is this? Then I started listening. I was like, oh my God. Oh my gosh. It's another one. She's on one of the reality shows. I forget which one, but she's just as vulgar. I forget her name. Yeah. They they be like, y'all can't get on us. Y'all had little Ken and Fox in them. Yeah, okay, yes, we did. But now they've surpassed the deeds of the wicked. Somebody got Micah 2 and 10?
Rise ye and depart, for this is not your rest, because it's polluted, it shall destroy you, even with a sure destruction.
Right. It says, rise ye and depart, for this is not your rest. It's not meaning that we got to leave and go to DR. I got to get out of America and go to DR. Right. I'm going to Belize, man. I'm up out of here. Right. Don't matter. I'm going to Ghana. Right. Who's it? Everybody was flocking to Ghana, and the other countries got jealous. Now Kenya's saying, hey, you can come here too. Come back to your home. They want that money. Everybody come. But no matter where you physically go, it's a mental, spiritual thing. You have to depart spiritually, mentally from the philosophies and the doctrines and the ways of society. Because if you don't, it will destroy you. You will begin to follow suit, and you will fall asunder with everybody else. Right? So that's what it's trying to show you. That this time we got to be able to mark those that go outside of this and not fall victims under it. It's a labor to do this day by day, right? It's something that you gotta be on guard with every day, every moment, because Satan, he's a roaring lion. He knows your weaknesses. His weaknesses may not be my weakness. His strength may not be my strength. So what he goes through is gonna be different from me. What you go through may be different from me, because we got different vices, right? But Satan knows them all, and he's gonna tickle that fancy to see if you're gonna bite, if you're gonna laugh. Ooh, that felt good. Ooh, right? And then you like that, and then they say, okay, I'm gonna keep doing it, right? You got to say, stop, get away from me, right? So let's go back to 2nd Esdras chapter 6 and verse 24 now. He says, about 23. It says, and the trumpet shall give a sound, which when every man heareth, they shall be suddenly afraid. We read the same thing before in the previous chapter, right? Getting past the 3rd trumpet, which is talking about the destruction, but then the voice coming out, right? The teaching, the prophecies coming out. When people start hearing these things, people are going to be afraid. It says 24, at that time shall friends fight one another against another like enemies, and the earth shall stand in fear with those that dwell therein. The springs of the fountain shall stand still, and 3 hours they shall not run. Right? So that means that all the rivers and is going to stop for a period of 3 hours. No, it's not talking about that, right? Because the springs or the fountain is synonymous with what? The springs and the fountains is synonymous with what? A spring has what coming out of it? Water, right? So now when Yahushua said in John 7:38, he that believeth on me, as the scripture has said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water, right? So the water is synonymous with the Holy Spirit, the truth that's going to come out. So that spring is us. The fountain is us, the people, right? So now when you go to Proverbs 25 and 26, go to Proverbs 25. Proverbs 25 and 26. Proverbs 25 and 26. And it reads, it says, a righteous man falling down before the wicked is as a troubled fountain and a corrupt spring, right? A righteous man, a man who understands the laws, the statutes, the prophecies. If you fall before the wicked, it's as if it's a troubled fountain. Satan got you for that moment, right? Or a corrupt spring. Whatever you said or did, you got corrupted, right? So we are the springs. The water comes from the Most High Christ that we teach, that we deliver to everybody, which is the Holy Spirit, right? So now when it comes back to in this time, these last days, it says, and at that time shall friends fight one against another like enemies, and the earth shall stand in fear with those that dwell therein. So it's going to get so chaotic right? It says the springs of the fountain shall stand still. Meaning, right now, people can go out there and see brothers from the corners teaching, right? Maybe catch us on Market 11, catch other brother up the block, catch other brothers down this way, catch brothers in Atlanta, catch brothers over here. The springs is out there spewing out water. But then it's going to be a time where you're not going to be able to have brothers out there. The truth is going to now be closed up, right? This is why Christ gave the parable of the 10 virgins, right? It was 5 that was wise, the 5 that was wicked. They didn't trim their lamp. But then when the times like this happened, they was like, yo, we got to go get this truth. Where we got to go? They're going all around to try to get the truth. And it's hard for them to get it because now these are seals they're about to be taken out. So they're not going to be able to go and get that water, right? Imagine what happens if there's a blackout, right? The internet, the power's out. Cell phones ain't working. Google ain't working. So now if you was a wicked individual, if you was like a wicked virgin, like it says in that parable, and you said to yourself, yo, that brother that was talking about this a couple months ago, he was prophesying about this. Yo, this is it. I got to get the answers. Now you go downtown to market, they ain't there. You go over here, they ain't there. You say, you know what? Let me go on Google. Let me go on that YouTube. Damn, the damn internet is out. What am I going to do? For that moment, you may not be able to find the answers. Go to Amos chapter 8. Go to Amos chapter 8. Amos chapter 8, verse 11. I said, sexy red is the new female demonic face of Israel. Yeah, it's another one. I can't remember. There's another one. It's her and another one. I can't remember her. I can see her face. Just if not, maybe Ratchet as her. But I said to myself, oh my gosh. Huh? Yeah, see that, but it's the message. It's what they rapping about. That's just crazy.
You want to do the song Nicki Minaj thing, Barbie World or something?
No. She's on one of them reality shows. Not her. She's on a reality show. Somebody read that in Amos chapter 8 and verse 11. I got it. I'll tell you after. Yeah, read that.
Behold, the days come, said the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing words of the Lord.
All right, keep reading.
And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it.
Keep reading.
And that day shall fair virgins and young men faint for thirst.
Right. So there's going to be times when the Most High is going to seal up the truth from certain people. They're going to want to come find this truth. But remember, the Most High was always warning them, don't tarry. Don't tarry to come to the Lord. Seek him when he may be found. Right? Now is the time, the grace to be found of the Most High. But now when the Lord start bringing certain judgment out, he's going to withhold it from these men. He's going to withhold it from these women because they abused his mercy. Go to 2nd Esdras chapter 9. 2nd Esdras chapter 9. And verse 9. 2nd Esdras chapter 9 and verse 9. I'm going to read this one. page 25. It says, then shall they be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways, and they that have cast them away despitefully shall dwell in torments. For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me. Right? So they received benefits. The Most High didn't deal with them right away when they was doing sin and iniquity, but they was able to still prosper. They was able to put food on the table and all these different things. It says, and have not known me. What does it mean when it says, and have not known me? They ain't followed the Most High God. They didn't follow his law. That's what it tells you in 1 John. He that saith he knows me and keepeth not my law is a liar. Right? To know the Most High is to know his law, statutes, and commandments. So these people didn't know the Most High. They wasn't keeping the commandments, but they received benefits. Right? It says, and they that have while they had yet liberty, and when as yet place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it. Right? So they had the opportunity, right? They had the window of opportunity to come and learn this law, but they loathed it. They hated it. Man, I ain't dealing with that Sabbath and laws and dietary thing. And come on, man. It's all about money. Money. Y'all just out here because you ain't got no doggone jobs, man. You need to get a job and you might feel better about yourself, right? You can get off these corners with that book, right? That's what they say, right? We just mad at the world because I couldn't prosper, right? That's not the case. Yeah, who hurt you? Need a job, brother? I'll put in a good word for you, man. Right? They start making fun of you.
I just wanted to mention the time when you were just saying, the one as if I never knew you. Revelation 3:16 says, so then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew you out of my mouth. And then, like John 2:15-17, love neither the world or the things in the world that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. So you have people that are in the world have one foot in the world, one foot in the truth. And there are also Israelites that, like at times, and also people of the world that might say, hey, like you say, you can be influenced. They have to know your weakness. Hey, man, let's go to the club, man. Man, you ain't been out with us for a while. You're in the truth. You're not supposed to go and be in these places that can cause, iniquities and problems. But sometimes we fall short. And those are the times we be strong.
Right. So that was Revelation 16 that you quoted. What was the second one?
2:15-17.
St. John chapter 2, verses 15-17. Go on. All right, I just finished this verse 12 in 2 Ezra chapter 9. It says the same must know it after death by pain, right? So those individuals who loathe the law, who didn't take the opportunity, right? There's going to be a time when there is no more opportunity, right? It's going to be a famine in the word for certain people. They're not going to be able to go out and get on YouTube or whatever. Does that mean that everybody's going to have a blackout over the whole world? No. But for certain things, it's like how the Most High brought certain plagues in certain areas where it didn't come over here and then happened over here. The Lord can do that, right? The Lord will do that. Where certain fair virgins and certain young men, they're going to thirst. They're not going to be able to get that water, that spiritual drink from the fountains. So now when it goes back and it says that at that time shall friends fight one against another. This is in the last days. This is all chaos is going to break out, right? Between people and nations. And the earth shall stand in fear with those that dwell therein, right? Everybody going to start being fearful of their own neighbor. Then it says the springs and fountains shall stand still, and in 3 hours they shall not run. So again, the 3 is meaning it's enforcing something. Doesn't mean literal actual 3 hours. It's just talking about the force of, just like how we read in the previous chapter where the moon shall shine thrice in the day. Doesn't mean it's going to be blinking. It's going to flash once, flash twice, flash 3 times. No, it's just showing you the force of what is being said. Right? They're not going to have the opportunity to get that truth at that day. Verse 25, whosoever remaineth from all these things, from all these that I have told thee, shall escape and see my salvation and the end of your world. That's the same thing he said in the previous chapter. If you make it through, if you survive, if you don't go out of your wits, if you don't lose your mind, if you're not influenced by the others that's out there in the world, or 2/3 of the nation, then you make it through, you shall see the Lord's salvation and the end of this kingdom. You'll be there, right? You'll see the chariots coming and everything else. But if you lose your mind, you might get taken up or caught up in the whirlwind that's going to be happening in these last days. Verse 26, and the men that are received, meaning sealed, shall see it, and have not tasted death from their birth. And the heart of the inhabitants shall be changed and turned into another meaning, right? So that's how we know this is really not talking about literal. It says, and have not tasted death from their birth. Okay, they're alive. So yes, they wouldn't have tasted death. So it's not talking literal. It's talking figurative. Just like when you read Revelation chapter 14, they have not tasted death, meaning they have not given themselves over to sin. Romans 6:23, the wages of sin is death. These individuals that made it through, that escaped all of that destruction and everything else to get to the salvation, they was not wrapped up in sin. They was not wrapped up in what the world was wrapped up in. They got themselves cleaned up and they stayed clean. Revelations 14 and 4, right? This is speaking about the 144,000 men. It says, these are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins, right? So does it mean that all the 144,000 men that's going to be received or taken up, all are single men? They're all bachelors? No, it's not what it's talking about. Even in the New Testament, it talks about a bishop being a husband of one wife, a deacon being a husband of one wife. So these men, if they have wives, they can't be physical virgins. It's talking spiritual, meaning once they came into the truth, they did not give themselves over to something else. They didn't now go and follow another doctrine or philosophy, right? They stayed pure, exactly, right? So that's what it was talking about with the 144. It says, these are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto God and to the Lamb. So that's what these are when we read it here in 2 Esdras chapter 6 and verse 26. And the men that are received shall see it. The it is a salvation and the end of Esau's kingdom, who have not tasted death from their birth. They were born again when they came into this truth. They didn't go back to the world. They didn't go back to sin. They stayed here, right? Does that mean that no man of the 144,000 ever sinned once they came into the truth? No, it's not talking about that. Because we know we're going to sit and fall, but we did not let sin have dominion over us, like how they out in the world. They choose sin. They loathe the law. They don't care about feast days and dietary laws. We care about it, but we fall sometimes to the temptations. But we recognize it and we repent, and we now try to get ourselves back up clean and stay on course, right? That's different. That's willful sin versus fallen victims of temptation, right? So now, reading that again, the men that are received shall see it, blah, blah, blah. Go to, let me see, the book of Mark. No, I don't want that one. I was going to go to Mark 9:1, but that's fine. So now reading on, verse 27. For evil shall be put out, and deceit shall be quenched. As for faith, it shall flourish. Corruption shall be overcome. The truth, which have been so long without fruit, shall be declared. And you read about this also in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 51 on down, right? It speaks about the same thing as far as for death being swallowed up. Pardon me, I got gas. Death being swallowed up, right? Sin, where is thy sting? Death, that's what Paul was speaking about. Same thing here that the angel is speaking about to Esdras, right? All of these things is going to be changed and overcome, right? Now the truth is going to flourish, whereas wickedness is flourishing right now. So that was 1 Corinthians 15:51 all the way down to the end. Reading on, it says in verse 29, and when he talked with me, behold, I looked by little and little upon him before whom I stood. And these words say he unto me, I am come to show thee the time of the night to come. If thou wilt pray yet more and fast 7 days again, I shall tell thee greater things by day than I have heard. For thy voice is heard before the Most High. For the mighty have seen thy righteous dealing, and have seen also the chastity which thou hast had ever since thy youth. So Esdras was a pure spirited vessel, right? Since he was a young child. And the Most High was observant. The Most High saw the spirit that was on him, and he selected Esdras to be the vessel to see all of these tokens, right? Wisdom doesn't just come and enter into any spirit, right? It just doesn't just come. You can't be someone who's in the Islam or who's in the other doctrines, and all of a sudden you just get the revelation about this breakdown. No, it don't work that way, right? It can't happen. Even those who in the truth don't get the deep breakdowns like this, right? You could desire it, but it's the Most High's will to decide on who he's going to choose or select to get this vision. And you can't be jealous. You can't be like, damn, man, why does the Quran always got to bring out these deep, dark sayings, man? Like, why can't I bring it out, right? Ain't that what Miriam and Aaron was doing to Moses? Like, listen, man, Most High talk, why he always got to talk to you? Why he can't come talk to us too, right? Most High was like, wait, what? Hold on. Let me have a chat with you guys, right? And he played Miriam, right? You guys is going beyond your breaches right now. I deal with who I want to deal with, right? You can't now be upset with me. The disciples couldn't be upset with Yahushua because he was only rolling with Peter, James, and John. Like, yo, why y'all always leaving and going somewhere by yourselves? Why we can't come? That's not right, Yahushua. You gotta be equal with all this stuff. That's not right. Nah, you can't do that. Most High and Yahushua do what they want to do. They choose how they want to roll. And you just got to do it. You got to be thankful that when Peter came back, it was like, yo, you can't believe what we saw. What y'all see? And they told him, and he was like, yo, that's crazy. Now they meditating on what it was. Not because they was just saying it, but because they heard it, and now they got to understand it behind it. Right? That's the key. You just got to be thankful for what you get. Not jealous or envious because he or she was the deliverer or was the chosen vessel to bring it down. You got to break that spirit. That's what we do in the world, right? That's how we all are brought up in the world to think that way, but not here. So reading on in verse 33. And therefore hath he sent me to show thee all these things and say unto thee, be of good comfort and fear not. And hasten not the times that are past, to think vain things that thou mayest not hasten from the latter times. Yes, son?
Yeah, just for 32, Daniel 10 and 12. But Daniel 10 and 12 to go with verse 32 says, Daniel 10 and 12, then said he unto me, fear not, Daniel, from the first day that thou didst set thine heart to understand, and to chasten thyself before thy God, thy wounds, my words were heard, and I am come for thy word. So, like, the spot of prophet early on when he's young, I think the Esdras, Daniel 2, they saw it when he was young. It's like, oh, okay.
Right.
Even when you don't think that you're watching.
Yep.
Daniel
10, chapter 12 verse, to go with verse 30. As far as for Esdras, was seen by the Most High in his youth, to link with Esdras 6 and 32. This is verse 33. And therefore have he sent me to show thee all the things and say unto thee, be of good comfort and fear not, and hasten not with the times that are past, to think vain things that thou mayest not hasten from the latter times. And it came to pass after this that I wept again and fasted 7 days in like manner, that I might fulfill the 3 weeks which he told me. And in the 8th night was my heart vexed within me again, and I began to speak with the Most High. So this is the third 7-day fast that Esdras is doing, right? It says, but my spirit was greatly set on fire, and my soul was in distress. And I said, O Lord, thou spakest from the beginning of the creation, even the first day, and said thus, let heaven and earth be made, and thy word was made perfect. And thy word was a perfect work, right? So now it's about to go into the beginnings of creation. Again, Ezra sometimes takes a long route to get to where he really trying to get to. He'll give the Most High's glory as far as the things that he's done, right? And then he's going to draw all of that back to Israel and how we are in this strait and why are we doing this? If we are one of your greatest creations, why are we going through this? We did that in the previous chapter. We're about to do it again, right? So this is a recounting of Genesis chapter 1, right? It says, verse 39, and then was the spirit and the darkness, and silence was on every side. The sound of man's voice was not yet formed. Thou commandest thou a fair light to come forth of thy treasures, that thy work might appear. Upon the second day, thou madest the firmament of the spirit of the firmament, and commanded it to part asunder and to make a division betwixt the waters, that the one part might go up and the other remain. So when you read it, that the waters were divided from the waters, right? We can look at it as elements and things that the Most High was using to now create what was going on in his realm and what was going on in our realm. It says, again, I'm gonna make sure I've got questions, write them down because I'm trying to get through this so that we have time to still get out, go to camp and commune afterwards. It says, where I leave off, verse 42. Upon the third day, thou didst command that the waters should be gathered in the seventh part of the earth. Sixth part hast thou dried up and kept them, to the intent that of these some being planted of God until might serve thee. Speaking of what was to come, right? So he's preparing the creations that's still to come, speaking about man later on, but some animals. Exactly. It says, for as soon as thy word went forth, thy work was made. For immediately there was a great and innumerable fruit, many and diverse pleasures for the taste, and flowers of unchangeable color, and odors of wonderful smell. And this was done the third day. So, you know, science, right now, we recognize that all of the creations the Most High created, man has not discovered all of them, right? Man has not explored every inch of the earth, right? They have not gone through every nook and cranny. They're desiring to do it, right? Because man's desire is insatiable to just be like the Most High and know everything. But it's impossible. They will not be able to do it because the Most High has divided the bounds of what man is able to do, right? But they're going to try. But as you read some of these things, as far as for certain flower colors and smells of things, like we haven't really been experienced or exposed to everything yet, right? They're there. But the Most High has made, like, there's certain species and things that's at the bottom of the ocean that only survive in the pitch black darkness, right? They don't even live in the dwellings of the top portions of the water and the earth, right? They only survive down at the bottom. So now how can man even know what the heck that stuff is? Or there's certain things that's in certain areas in the earth that have not been fully explored yet. Knowing map makers, right? When you understand map makers, and even now Google Earth, right? You got, now you go on Google Earth and you look at the world on Google Earth. Everything that's on Google Earth ain't what's in the earth, because there's certain places that's not on Google Earth. Some done purposely, meaning there's certain things that they have purposely left off of Google Earth, off the map, because they want to keep that a secret for their own purposes, right? That's just what they do. Then there's other areas that the Most High himself can keep hidden, that you just won't be able to go and touch or see those things because the Most High is preserving those things, right? So when man gives you their view, you got to come back and get the Most High's perspective on how things are created, how things are sustained, how things are operated, and then you get the full understanding, because if you leave it to man, it'll turn you off course.
To add to that, on Ephesians chapter 5:6, let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of God on the children of disobedience.
Right. We'll quote again.
Ephesians 5.
Ephesians 5,
verse 6.
Ephesians chapter 5, verse 6.
Chapter 5,
verse 6.
Right. So reading on in verse 45. On the fourth day thou commandest that the sun should shine and the moon give her light, and the stars should be in in order, right? We always bring this out sometimes, not always. Sometimes we bring this out on the new moon when the Most High gave the commandment, because this is the spirit. He said the moon give her light. The sun has a light, the moon has a light, right? The Most High now has given a commandment for the moon to shine in a certain way to now give us a sign on earth. Verse 46, and gave us them a charge to do service unto man that was to be made. We read about in Ecclesiastes chapter 43. It's a lot. Yes, 43 verses 6. Actually, start from the 1 all the way down to 9. No, 10. Ecclesiastes chapter 43, 1 down to 10, as it pertains to the order or the commandment that the Most High has given to the sun, moon, and stars, and how they're supposed to do service unto us. Reading on, verse 47. Upon the 5th day, thou saidst unto the 7th part where the waters were gathered, that it should bring forth living creatures, fowls and fishes, and so it came to pass. For the dumb water and without life brought forth living things at the commandment of God, that all people might praise thy wondrous works. So now how the Lord did certain things, as we read in Genesis, and now Kanabiah is expounding on it in the past, as far as for how certain things that we see now, when they were created, they came forth up out of the waters, right? The birds and things came forth up out of the waters, out of the seas, right? And it says the dumb water, right? And without life brought forth living things. So now when you look at how the Most High orchestrated this, you might say to yourself, yo, that's heavy, right? That's deep, because that's what it says there, that all people might praise thy wondrous works. We're supposed to take it how the Most High gave it to us and be like, yo, that's how you did it, Most High? And I'd have never thought that. That's great. How did that even happen? Like the bird came up out of the water and flew. Yo. Now man's intrigued because you want to be, some people want to be like the Most. No, I gotta dissect this. I gotta know how is it formulated up under the water. It come out that way. It has to be something scientific. It can't be that the Most High God just did it that way, right? Now man wants to be like the Most High or think for the Most High on how he created. The Lord, the angel told him, hey, Esdras, nah, you can't know all this stuff like that, man. You can't know it. Just know that he did it, and this is how much information he gave you to know what he was doing, right? Praise him for what he did, right? How did the Most High have a ball of hail and fire in it and it didn't burn? How? Praise the Most High's wondrous works. There's a lot of things that the Most High has done and showed us that we just are not going to be able to duplicate or comprehend, right? But Esau and Penn and Teller and all those different people, they want to break things down scientifically to say, see, it's not no God, it's just science. That's all it is. That's all what happened. They want you to believe in this spook God. No, this is just science, right? Come to Scientology. Scientology. Come to the Scientology institution. We'll break everything down. Nah. Same that verse that you read in Ephesians 5 and 6. It's beautiful, right? Our friend is back. The squirrel. So now we're reading in verse 49. Then didst thou ordain two living creatures, the one thou callest Enoch and the other Leviathan. And didst separate the one from the other. The 7th part, namely where the water was gathered together, might not hold them both. Unto Enoch thou gavest 1 part, and was dried up the 3rd day, that he should dwell in the same part wherein 1,000 hills. But unto Leviathan thou gavest the 7th part, namely the moist, and kept him to be devoured of whom thou wilt and win. Right? So this is going into now what we call sea monsters or land creatures, like dinosaurs back then. In the past, when I first came in, brothers are saying, oh yeah, Enoch is the learned one. Right? That's what it means. It was man, the learned one, when you go into the definition of Enoch. But when you look up the word Enoch, it don't mean that. Right? It's almost a derivative of what we read when we celebrate so-called Hanukkah, which is Hanukkah, right? It's dedication. Because I think when you look up the Hebrew word for Enoch, it's Kanak, right? So the same way we say Hanukkah, his name in the Hebrew is Kanak, which was dedicated. He was given this area over here on land. Leviathan was given his. So you'll read it, I think I don't know if it's Job, but it speaks about Behemoth. And then when you look up Behemoth in the Hebrew, they'll talk about dinosaurs. They'll speak about those different types of creatures. So when the Lord created these two things, he said they can't dwell together, right? One has to have his glory, the other has to have their glory. One in the seas, one on land, right? Now people will say, well, where are the dinosaurs at? Right? It's like, where the dinosaurs at? Are they all gone? Did the meteor come and blow them all up, or the flood destroyed them all? And people start hypothesizing about what happened to them. Are they still alive? Right? Good. And how long ago? Right? Was it 10 billion years ago that they destroyed? Right? Huh? Yeah. But now, yeah. Well, let me get this first.
The only thing we can find about dinosaurs is their skeletons, and that's that. We really don't know what they really look like. All we can do is put their skeletons together. So we really don't know what they look like.
So now, but now here's the thing, right? This is what Esdras was informed of the angel Uriel, right? The angel Uriel told Esdras, don't labor or bother yourself with things of the past, right? So now we sit there and pontificate, yo, the dinosaurs still alive, they got a remote island, they all die out. How did they die out? Was it just made up? Did they make the bones? And you start going into that and you misspoke, right? You focusing on something that's not going to be profitable. Whether they in a remote island or they all died out, what significance of that piece of information is going to now bear on your salvation? None, right? So you got to make sure that certain things is not even, a point to really bear or deal with. It's just the fact that that's what the Lord did in creating. Now, over time, you have the flood and certain things, you can understand that, but it doesn't make sense to dwell on those things, right? But you can link that up with Proverbs chapter 50 and 10, because it says here that Enoch was dwelling in it says he, in verse, where is it at? In verse 51, it says that Enoch would dwell in the same part where in 1,000 hills, right? And in Psalms chapter 50 and verse, let me get it real quick. We're almost getting to the end. Water who stayed with us. This is Psalms chapter 50 and verse 9. Right? Psalms chapter 50 and verse 9. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he goats out of thy foes. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. Right? So it's showing you that these animals, Enoch and them, dwelt on the land. And there's places where there was a lot of hills, even in the land of Jerusalem, right? Where you had different mountains, you had literal different elevation points within the land of Israel. And then you had others that were higher of elevation than others, right? People travel to Colorado, right? The elevation in Colorado is thousands of meters above sea level, right? And if you're a person that's asthmatic and your breathing ain't that good, it might affect you when you go out there, right? I've been there, done it, and yeah, you got to prepare yourself. If you're trying to do, things that's going to resort to you now putting forth a lot of energy and you grasp for air, you might, because the air is thinner. But the 1,000 hills is also relegated to just regular cattle, and Enoch and them dwelt there as well. So now let's get to actual Ezra's point here, right? Reading on, it says in verse 53, upon the 6th day thou gavest commandment unto the earth that before thee it should bring forth beasts, cattle, and creeping things. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of whom come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. So in the 5th chapter, he went through the same type thing. He went to all the favorites of the Most High, the favorite vine, the favorite flower, the favorite animal, favorite city, favorite people, right? Then it says, and we are that people. Why you got us like this, Most High? Now he's doing the same exact thing, just changing it up a bit, right? After these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of whom come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. That 55th verse is a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. To think that the world, the earth, was made for one people, right? This is what the Most High has now said throughout the Bible. Esdras is only reiterating what the Most High had already said. But the world who don't follow the scriptures, it's going to be hard for them to receive that, right? It says, as for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and liken the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. These are the words of the prophets. These are the words that the Most High has now given to us, that says that he created everything, but everything that he created did not have honor, right? Everything was not on the same level. That's what you read about in Romans, the 9th chapter, verses 21, actually starting from verse 20 all the way down to 23, right? Romans chapter 9, verse 20 to 23. I'll read it real quick. It says, nay, but O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? Have not the power over the clay, which is the Most High, power over the people, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor, which is the children of Israel, and another unto dishonor. In this case, it would be Esau, based on the context of this chapter. What if God, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction? So the vessels of dishonor have been made to now embark upon destruction, to be destroyed, wiped away, like it says in the book of Obadiah, right? It says, and that he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy, which he had afore prepared unto glory. That's what it talks about in Romans 9 and 4, right? We are the ones that was promised the glory. We are the vessels that now will receive that salvation. So now when you go back and you read about this in 2nd Esdras, when it talks about all these other people be like unto spittle, it's because only one nation was chosen unto honor. That's it. Not 2 nations, not 5. Only one out of the 18, right? It says in verse, back now we're in verse 57. It says, and now, O Lord, behold these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing. So now we're coming out of the Babylonian, we're coming out of the Babylon into the Persian captivity, right? These heathen, right, the nations have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us and to devour us. So how can the chosen be under or subjected to those who be like unto spit, right? I have to give Esdras credit. He's laying this out. He's laying this out like great. Like he's going through the timelines and the things and laying it out, so you can't say much here. He's on point with how he did this. It says, but we thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, Exodus 4:22, thy only begotten and thy fervent lover are given into their hands. If the world now be made for our sakes, like we just read in 55, why do we not possess an inheritance with the world? How long shall this endure? Right? That same question is the question that most people ask today. Without this truth, how long are we going to be in this captivity? How long are we going to be subject to the punishments that we're going through right now? Right? We read one last one before we close out. I think it's in Jeremiah. Give me 1 second. How long shall this go on? Go to Jeremiah chapter 2. This is what Esdras was asking. Jeremiah chapter 2. I'm going to start from 13 down to 14. Bob, you can read that loud and clear.
Jeremiah chapter 2, verses 13. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and moved from our cisterns, broken cisterns that can hold no water.
So now the Lord says, my people have committed two evils. You gave up the truth. You didn't want to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. You didn't want to learn the history and the prophets. You didn't want to desire to gain the fruits of the Spirit. You gave that up and then went and chose wickedness. You went to the other nations and hewn you out cisterns, thinking that their customs, their culture is going to be the right way. But it could hold no water. So as you thinking something going in, it's going spilling right out on the floor. So when you go to drink, it's nothing there. You had the living water over here and you give it away for nothing over here. Two evils. Now, the punishment, the judgment of that is what? Read on.
13. Is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? Why is he spoiled?
Right. So now you look and ask yourself rhetorically, is Israel just a servant, man? Is he a homeborn slave? When you look at empire, the empire, the empire, the empire, the empire, what was Israel? A slave. He was a slave, right? Just going from one captivity to the next captivity, to the next captivity, to the next captivity, to the next captivity. So today, when you look at the world's history based on what they teach us without the Bible, what is our claim to fame as a people? They're not taught that the so-called Native American Indians and so-called Seminole Indians, that they were a great empire. That's not taught. They just teach that they was over here before. That's it. But they just knew how to, work the land. They was, that's all they say. Those who came on cargo slave ships, what do they say about us? They don't say that we was the great empire and this, that, and the third. No, y'all was so crazy, bugged out. Y'all was selling yourselves, and that's how you got over here, right? So when you start now comparing up who you are based on what they feed us to everybody else, it would appear that we just a homeborn slave. We was not Solomon and David and those people. We just a homeborn slave to sin and iniquity, right? This is the frustration of Esdras. How long are we going to deal with this? We're the favorite, the chosen, the apple of the Lord's eye. And look what we've been dealing with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. When it's going to end, Most High? And the answer is the same. The Most High has put things in his measure. You got to be patient. Listen, Esdras, y'all people still got to fall away totally, right? Esdras is still back in the Persian Empire. Paul and them was still trying to get them to understand that you still got to fall away. You ain't going to know you're an Israelite, right? That was over 2,000 years ago, and still here we are today, right? So this is what some people frustration is that all we've known or all we are foretold to be is just slaves. How long? Who's going to come save us? Don't tell me about no Jesus, man. Don't tell me about no Jesus. Right? Because they want things tangible that they can grasp, but they don't want to lean upon the Most High. They don't want to wait upon the vengeance of the Most High. Because if you don't, what guns, weapons, or other things you're going to go use to take down that empire? What? We're going to box, right? We're going to get the skills like Crawford, like Bud and them, and go out and just, not what? What are we going to do? We got to wait on the Most High. We have to, because he's the one that put us in this position. It's like a parent. I brought you in this world. I can take you out, right? Most High is the one that put us in a situation because of our sin. He's going to be the one, Christ, to deliver us, right?
Because Esau and also Ishmael and Ham lied about God, right? And we woke up to the truth about the lies about God. We threw out God as a response.
Good. All right. So we've made it. You have another point?
Yeah. Say, here's a precept. Jeremiah 30, verse 16.
Jeremiah 30 and verse 16.
Therefore, all they that devour thee shall be devoured. All thy adversaries, every one of them, shall go in captivity. And they that spoil thee shall be spoiled. And they that prey upon thee will be for a prey.
Gun. So that's righteous judgment.
And I just want to add to everything that you discussed today in class about the prophets, the people that were put in place by God, for us to learn through what they said, chapter 121. For thee, prophecy is not an old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. So all the prophets of old, Abraham, Jacob, and all of the 12 tribes that have been in place, and people in today that are in place to speak the truth, they are touched by the Holy Ghost and they're put in place, like you said, in the 144,000, all that are chosen by God. And this to me relates to that scripture and everything you discussed.
Gun. Yep. Like I said, Esdras. And we see why the Most High, not to say that like Jeremiah or what's the Samuel, right? Like these men were also righteous men from their youth, right? They were good spirited individuals. So it can't be that only individuals that were you know special individuals from their youth are the ones. Nah, I mean Jeremiah chosen, Samuel selected, like the Lord's, spirit of the prophets subject to them, and because he knew what their will was going to be. And the Lord told Ezra, like, look, I seen you since you was a kid. I seen you before you realized what you was going to do. And you had a good spirit in you, even at a young age. And I nurtured that. Look where you at now. Now he's like Paul, where Paul said that he was zealous for the nation. He wanted to be a curse from Christ for his people. That's being in the spirit of Yahushua. When you're supposed to lay down your life for your brother, right? Lay down your life. Yahushua did that. So you had certain individuals. Moses wanted to do that. Paul wanted to do that, where they would now sacrifice themselves for the betterment of the whole nation. That's a heavy level to be on. Because within the nation, you got a lot of wicked brothers and sisters, right? Who would want to go out there and lay down their life for somebody who you know is wicked or hates you? Most people won't do that. But these brothers, these good-spirited, righteous men and women did that. They put their lives on the line. So it's a testimony for us to consider to now get to that same level if it so be. Not everybody's going to be an Ezra, but you can aspire to get to certain levels and heights just to try to, abound in the spirit, like it says in 1 Corinthians 15, I think 58. Okay, so again, we made it to the end. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shah, for those that endured and stayed through to the end. Again, this was a lot of verses to try to get through. Lord's will, if you did have questions or clarity that you wanted, you wrote them down. Make sure you bring them to the Tuesday and Friday classes, what this opportunity is for. Next week, we're going to be back in the Old Testament, 2 Kings chapters 1 and 2. Again, 2 Kings chapters 1 and 2. And that monster that I was mentioning earlier, Sukihana. No. I don't know how I saw a video. I think she just came out with a video. I think she put what she said her name is Sexy Red. She put Sexy Red to shame. This video she got out, I think it came out early in the week, and I saw it. I was like, Jake. I think she's Jake. Yeah. Sukihana. I think if I'm not pronouncing it right, Sukihana. Yeah, man. The words that the venom, the wormwood that she's spewing. She's spewing out some wormwood. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Sexy Red Sukihana, man. They like the new Kim. They passed what was the girl? They surpassed They surpassed Nicki Minaj and Cardi B. They've surpassed them. They took over. They're the new generation of them. Lil Kim, Foxy Brown, then you had now Cardi and Nicki, and now you got these two. Oh my gosh, man. You know, like I said, you should not, you should not praise, unprofitable children, man. They make a lot of money and all that, but so what? All right, so with that, we're going to close out today's Sabbath service lesson. We're going to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High while Yahweh Shah. Remember, pray for the brethren, pray for the sisters, right? Because that's what we want. We want to make sure that we be our brother's keeper and making sure that not only you are physically or spiritually, mentally good, that the rest of us as a body is also good. So we pray for them, reach out, try to do good deeds, alms, and fast and pray. A good example is what we've seen with Esdras. The more Esdras prayed and fasted, the more insight he was given over time, right? The more, the angel even told him, fast 7 days, and then I'm going to show you more. So that gives you now insight on how you get more knowledge. Sometimes it just ain't about Tuesday class or Friday class or coming to the Sabbath service and you get notes and you're saying this, and okay, I got the breakdown. But if you desire wisdom, sometimes you got to take it to the next level, like Yahweh Shah told the disciples. This kind cometh not out but by fasting. So fasting and relieving yourselves of your physical desires to gain spiritual information or spiritual prophecies and things now is taking you on a higher level. So you may not need to fast 7 days, but if you can do 1 or 2 days, then that's a good thing, right? If that's your desire to now draw closer to the Lord and get more wisdom and understanding, or if there's certain things that you're struggling with, you may need to do that in order to get yourself back on par or to trying to take you to the next level. All right. So again, I'll say Shalom, Ashar Shabbat. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath and stay tuned for the closing prayers. Barak Yahweh Yahweh Shah, Afiran, that the Nawa part of Gabin, Wara Aman, La Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shah, Yasha Allah. English translation. Blessed be Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shah, gives us the fruit of the vine, if you so be it. To Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shah, with Israel. I mark our Royal Wilson stand and face Jerusalem for the closing prayers. Yahweh, Yahweh Shah, Baba Kushah, Shemai, Lanawa, Aitha, Yum Yun, Aitha, Shalat, Maika Allah, Wahala Hayim, Tazwadak, La, Hayim, Barak, Rapa, Magun, Wakaz, Banya, Yasha Allah, Washalat, Lanawa, Rabium, Hakama, Rabium, Ait, Rabium, Ayana, Rabium, Abalunwan, Rabium, Amawan, Rabium, Aqua, Rabium, Ahabium, Rabium, Agana, Rochanaya, Wasalat, Kol, Katayamnawa, Lahaakim, Waakua, Wayasha'ala, Thum Yad, Wa'ayulam, Ba'asham, Yahawashai, Tawada, Aman. English translation. Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, or the Most High in the name of Christ pleases unto us now, right now, send Michael and the righteous powers or angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel, and send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins for the brothers and sisters in Israel, always and forever. In the name of Yahweh, thank you, so be it. Four corners prayer. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawa, Wayasha'Allah, Wabat Yasaparim, Shema, Yasharallah, Yahweh, Allah, Yahweh, English translation. Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, bless us and Israel at the house of books and schools. And Deuteronomy 4, Hear, O Israel, Lord our power is one power. Again, we say, Shah Shabbat, Shalom, have a blessed day.
Oh,
Wow.